Yeah, well, good day, good day, good evening, good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Yeah, how you doing? And welcome to Rod Thunderheart's Saturday Night Ponderings. Which, yeah, no, yeah. Sorry, I guess I maybe miscalculated. Yeah, like, yeah, no, it's meant. Yeah, I didn't mean it to be like tomorrow night. Which no, it's supposed to be Saturday Night Ponderings on. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, just want to say hi to all y'all. And here you are. Hey, Suzanne. Hey, thank you. Thanks for popping in. Good to see you. Yeah, yeah. Just wanted to say hey and see who's out there, and maybe we might get some guests. William Shakespeare, which I notified him. He hasn't said anything just yet. And also, well, who knows? I mean, maybe Canadian Spider-Man, but I have a suspicion that he's probably at some sort of like some party somewhere, because again, I haven't heard from him for like probably 8 hours. So, 10 a.m. already. Yeah, sorry, Miss Catan. I probably miscalculated or put the wrong time there. Yeah, yeah. Hey, Suzanne. Yeah, no, my day was actually great. Like yeah, and I'll say this though, like holy crap. I mean, because this whole past week, my new job. I mean, okay, I'll be honest. I'm not 100% excited because well, as my old buddy Dean from my last from that action told me, you know, you're a yard ape, which is working in the yard ape, like just a slacky, which he's not wrong, but I mean, for the time being, you know what? It's the first job that I've been given, after 4 months. You know what? I'll take it, and I'm not crazy about the commute either because the commute takes 50 minutes. Yeah, so like almost 10 minutes short of an hour. But hey, Taylor Swift greater than Disney, Star Wars, and MCU, Doctor Who. Yeah, yeah. Hey, Taylor Swift, blank, 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 blank. Yeah. Lemon pie. Take the bus to Cuba. Oh, holy crap. I honestly, I would. I would love to. And you know what? One day down the road, I promise I'm going to. I would like to. Not just me, but you know what? I would actually happily spring for a few people to come with me too. I would like to take a party to Cuba, because I want the world to know what it's like, and like it's absolutely not what everybody has heard that it is. I mean, it's not perfect, I mean, very few countries are, duh, but I want to. I want to. I want to take some of us. Hello, Don McDouglas. How you doing, brother? Yeah, 7 people watching. Hey, how you doing, folks? Yeah, right on. Yeah, good to see y'all. Yeah, as cross fingers. I mean, please send out the stream. If you can. I'm gonna try and see if I can get the stream sent out myself. Give me a second. Saying hi to Buster over here. And yeah, and looking for my. I still can't find it. My other device to send out the stream, if I can dig it up. Oh, jeez. No luck so far. Buster, what are you looking at me like that for? Shoot, gonna have to rely on some of y'all to send the stream out. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, William Shakespeare? What? Hey, how you doing, brother? Oh, be nice if you could join in, but I have a funny feeling you might not be able. Probably might not be able to, but. lemon pie. Sherry. Oh, hello, lovely Sherry. Good to see you. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for popping in. I'm so glad there's a few people who want to hear what I have to say. Which right now, for the time being, is really just saying hello to the chat and how you doing? How you doing? Yeah. And for the time being, yeah, like no, just catching up with all y'all. Yeah. Okay. It's been a week now. Well, plus the long weekend, of course, too. Yeah. It's been a fantastic week working at my new job, slowly getting used to it. I am definitely going to take advantage of their suggestion box because they have one, and good Lord, I have never worked at a company that has so much damn paperwork. Now, the safety coordinator who hired me, she told me that, like, well, even if you get on to the long haul, which actually that's what they originally hired me for, wink, wink, which, and this is what I want to do, long haul. She told me that originally they wanted me long haul, but then they decided to turn around and put me in as a yard ape. I'm not excited about that. Yard ape, which my buddy Dean told me at my last job. Yard ape, which is just basically like a slacker. Well, not a slacker. A guy who hangs around the yard and just basically does all the stuff that they need to do in the yard. But being as how I have a class 1, they're like, oh, well, you can do local deliveries too, and like, okay, all right, yay, I mean, but I'll say this again, after 4 goddamn months of unemployment, I'm like, you know what, I'll take any job that gives me a job. I will take it. It's not the perfect place I want to work, and I 100%, they hired me on the they hired me on the instance that I was going to be a long haul. I can't find that. They hired me on the fact that I was going to be a long haul guy, which is like I was supposed to be running up north to the mine, which I believe, as I understand, is called the Cone Mine, Kone mine, which is way, way up north, up by, I believe, Yellowknife. Yeah, Yellowknife, Northwest Territories. And as I understand it, that's a I'm told that is a 2.5 day trip in the truck. Yes, in the truck. And oh wow, yeah, yeah. Oh, thank you, Tiki. Rod Thunderheart. Yeah, yeah. Oh, PvP's here. Oh, somewhere. Oh, hey, right on. Yeah, no, hey, yeah. Well, they claim that they're going to put me on long haul, but for the time being, they do need yard guys. And in the last few days that I've been here, I can tell that they do need yard guys. And I'll tell you one other thing too that really bothers me. Hey, anti-derivative Jill, Pleasant Valley Picker, Lemon Pie, William Shakespeare, right on, good to see you. Miskatonic Madman, Tiki Doom, hey, right on, Thunderheart. You know, yeah, no, like they hired me, and yeah, you're right, you're absolutely right. But you know what? Again, they're still employing me. They are paying me. In fact, I've gotten my first advance, and again, my first advance, like already local, and you know what? I haven't even made any major bill payments either. Which, oh no, I mean, including like my phone. I'm going to be, well, I'm not going to be, but like if I watch it, I mean, it could be. Well, slightly behind on my home phone internet bill and this bill, but yeah. No, sadly, PvP they don't pay my gas to and from work. Which that's the other thing. See, this is the whole reason why I was excited about them hiring me for long haul, which is just simply I would just drive to work, and then jump in the truck and run because it was a 2.5 day trip to the mine, and then 2.5 day trip back. Which hey, I'm totally down with that because the other thing is like then I'm not driving, I'm not wasting money spending money on my car to and from work, and this is the longest job longest drive to work on any job that I have had in the last 20 years. Hail Wade, yes, actually, Real Wade Nation Gaming Clips. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'll be working Tuesday morning. I mean, shit, I'll be working Monday morning. So yeah. Yeah. Ah, yeah. William Shakespeare, Hail Lemon Pie, Anti-Derivative Jill, West Kegel, PvP. Our kitchen valley is open. Community kitchen valley. Community kitchen is open here 24/7. Yeah, damn straight. Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you, Lemon Pie. Yeah. PvP. Don't be a Debbie Downer on my new job. Thank you. You know what? They've given me a job and they're paying me. You know what? Even at $25 an hour, that's still pretty damn good. That's way above like uh minimum wage. So I'll fucking I'll fucking take it. You know, it's getting me there. And and oh, and then the other thing too is like they also pay every 2 weeks, like every Friday, every second Friday. Not every Friday. I wish it was. Uh, yeah, no, they'll be paid. I'm getting paid every Friday. Or shit. Shut up, Rod. You're not fucking. No. Uh, I'll get paid every second Friday. Which for somebody who has worked for Action Transport for nearly 2 years, which is payment on the 15th and the end of the month. Fuck, I hate that. And I also worked at Niski Dispatch for nearly 10 years from 2012 until 2020. Well, COVID, okay. Okay, 8 years, but it drove me up the wall. I mean, anybody who's ever had these jobs and then moved on to like a 2 week 2 week like paid every second Friday. Jesus Christ, that makes an awesome one hell of a difference. And let me tell you one other thing. Anybody who does these jobs, you've noticed, twice a year you will get paid 3 times a month. And I've noticed this. I looked ahead on the next few weeks, and while I'll be pretty damn close in October, but in November I will get paid on November 1st. I will get paid on the 15th, and I will get paid on November 29th. So November will be my first 3 paychecks a month. And good Lord, am I looking forward to that. And I mean, let's face it, for somebody who has bills bi-monthly, i.e. middle of the month and end of the month. Oh man, yeah, that's going to be a big relax on all my bills. But damn, yeah, getting there, yes. Oof, yeah. TK of Doom, Anti-Derivative Jill, co-op, blah. Oh, Anti-Derivative Jill. So Paramount decided to block my Star Trek 4 story. What? That's bloody nuts. I thought I fixed the copyright problem, but even with my watermarks, I have too many slides, and I do. So I'm fixing it. Go for it, Jill. Like, oh man, that sucks. That's that's bullshit. Well, that's bullshit. I mean, YouTube has, yes, I get it, but I mean, YouTube already has that. And like, shit, CinemaSins has done a everything wrong with Star Trek 4, and he's still online. Like his video is still up. So, so fuck you, Paramount. You know, this has everything to do with the fact that they're just simply trying to keep themselves going because, well, they don't have any other money to keep themselves going. Good luck, Jill. Yeah. YouTube blocked. What? Oh, fuck. YouTube blocked. What? Really? They blocked your premiere and they told you all the times you have to all the timestamps. You have to fix all the timestamps to fix. Oh, that's Yoda. YouTube blocked my premiere and told me to all the timestamps to fix. No, okay, well, maybe not, but close to it. You have to fix all the timestamps. I thought it was all the timestamps to fix. Yeah, I'm fixing them now. Yeah, good for you. Guapla! DGF Doom. Yes, I agree. No. Yeah. Anyway, Pleasant Valley Pinker says to all of us, I'm not trying to be a downer, just pointing out the facts. $25 an hour is good pay, of course. Thank you. Yes, it is. It's just that they hired you for long haul and then switch it. No, trust me, that is exactly what I was thinking. I'm like, oh, really? I'm like, no, they said that too. Like and I bugged them too. Like, because I found out from one of the drivers who's doing the exact long haul that I'm doing, and he said he's been doing it. He's been working for them for 6 months. And he said it's the best place he's worked for. He said, and like his first advance was $500, and it barely even made a chip on his first paycheck because his first paycheck was $6,000 over $6,000. Holy cow! Yeah, no. Yeah, no. I hope they give me a long haul immediate soon too. Yes, totally. Yeah. Oh, yes. Thanks, anti-derivative Jill. It's bullshit, Rod. And the bigger channels do seem to get preferential treatment. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. No. Yeah. Good for you, and I hope it works for you. Fix the timestamps. I will. Yeah. Use the. Yeah. And William Shakespeare, I'm pretty sure this is Obi-Wan. Yeah. Use the Force, Jill. Let go. Reach out with your feelings. Yeah. Pleasant Valley Picker says there's no consistent application. App with small, misspell. Yeah. There's no consistent application of rules on YouTube, like some music reaction. Yeah, music reaction channels play entire songs every week and get away with it. Yeah, no, bloody hell. Others can get stuck 3 times and are gone. Spaghetti, William. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, no, thanks. It's good to see all y'all here on Saturday night Ponderings with Raw Thunderheart. Yeah. And actually, I'm gonna make this into a short. But yeah, no, because I've noticed, Rancor Steve. Hey, Rancor Steve. I don't know if he's here, but well, that's who he was. Anyway, Rancor Steve has been putting out shorts too, and like, yeah, no, good for him. And those are great. Good for tune into him, check him out. But I've recently realized this actually a long ages ago, actually. Like, I mean, even back in high school, and that is, junior high even, actually. It's always occurred to me, and I've been, as some of you might know about me, and I've been a big studier of ancient Greek philosophy of Stoicism the last several months, actually. I have actually realized some of the stuff that Stoicism has pointed out has made me realize that that's been my life. That's me, And I'm going to say this straight up, and that is that if you do not love yourself, you have absolutely no chance of having having a good relationship with somebody else if you do not love yourself. You must be content with yourself, because if you're not content with yourself, you are not going to find it in another person, because they're going to be sitting there looking over and over and like, oh, and if you can't find it in another person, well, of course you're not going to, because you can't find it in yourself. Oh, yeah, no. Community open bar. Yeah, it's open. Send the bill to Canadian Spider-Man. Yes. Yeah, send it to Canadian Spider-Man. Yeah. Yeah. Rancor Steve is always watching. Just kidding. I have no idea if he's here. Rancor Steve. Yes, definitely. Check out Rancor Steve. Yeah, again, he's got some really good shorts, and his Lego builds are really something hilarious to be watching. Like even, shit, man, the guy's building a little Lego car, and it's goddamn hilarious. And just, if nothing else, just interesting. It's fun. I 100% trust it. Good news, William Shakespeare. William, I'll have an IPA. IPA? Initial public. What? Okay. Huh. Huh. Okay, I'm going to turn on the camera briefly just to say hello to Buster. 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 There. He's looking up. There. He's saying hello. Hey. Show your bow tie. Show your bow tie, kid. Buster. There. See his little white bow tie? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and he does the whole. Oh, there. He's a man. So look, he's lays back with his mansplaining. Or sorry, no, man spreading. He's just happy. Oh, see, he's just happy to be here. Yeah. Oh, but apparently it looks like he wants to. Oh, well, I was going to say it looks like he wants to sleep, but nope. Now he just wants. See, he just wants. Oh, sweet little guy. Look at him. He knows you guys are watching. He knows you guys are watching it too. I don't care. I'm man spreading. I'm saying hi to all the rest of the world. I'm going to lick my elbow just for that. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, okay. William Shakespeare says, "Hey, okay, you know what? I'm going to put the thing on. Yeah, William Shakespeare. You haven't said anything, so I'm willing to bet you might want to come on. I hope you can come on for a little bit, but yeah, come on for a chat, and let's if not, well, I'll just keep rambling away, and we'll see what happens from there. Okay. I'm dropping the StreamYard in for William. Oh, okay. All right. William says, give me a few minutes. All right. Apologies. Give me a second for. I actually, after a couple of weeks, wow, a fantastic neighbor managed to give me a couple of bucks to keep me afloat, and I have a couple of things that I'm going to. Well, I'm not excited about it, but I have to pawn to keep me afloat. But you know, they're not going to do any good out in the garage, so I'd rather stay afloat. So anyway, but anyway, I've got a few bucks. Yeah, that was a beer. uh, but let's see what happens. Oh, okay. Oh no, Suzanne, go to bed. Yes, please. No, please, sweetie. I get it. Like if and man, after a whole week of like working on my feet, walking around in the yard and everything, and at work, oh, I 100% feel you. So go ahead. You need to get some sleep. Go for it, Suzanne. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, or yeah, because I have a feeling Spidey and I, Spidey and I might put in stream tomorrow night. We'll see what happens. But yeah. Anyway, take care. Yeah. No, thanks. Yeah. Or yeah. Obviously, your stream. Sorry. I'm glad I have all these images from past streams, or I'd be in trouble trying to fix this copyright issue. Oh yeah. No, good for you. Go for it, Jill. Yes, please do. Yeah. Hey, grab yourself an external hard drive. I can't believe how easy there is. I mean, my buddy actually told me to get an external hard drive. He actually gave me a whole bunch of movies on 3 hard drives, 3 small extra. Well, I say small, but like they're pretty damn big. Small external hard drives. And I just kind of I dropped $120 for a couple of couple terabyte hard drives, and wow, it's probably not even close to being filled up, and I have a bunch of movies on it and everything. Unfortunately, as a television that while it's a 50-inch and it does have a plug-in for a USB, for some reason it doesn't quite take the input of the hard drives that I have. I don't know. I'm gonna have to figure that out anyway. But yeah, no. Oh, yes, exactly. External hard drives are always handy. Yeah. Oh yeah, multi-terabyte ones. Yeah, mine's multi-terabyte too. And but I also lost touch with the friend who actually would download movies. I should probably look at it too, because I've done it myself once or twice, but I've never really pushed myself. But downloading movies onto my hard drive, because I'm one of those guys that I don't really explore the internet in terms of well, as Midnight Edge likes to say, the high seas, and uh, I don't go on the high seas much. So, I have a couple times, and I really need to. I should think about it, but yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. Hey, well, welcome everybody. We are just about to say welcome to William Shakespeare, if I can. There. Okay.
There we go. Are we live?
Hi. How you doing, William? Hey, good to see you, brother.
Hey, good, Rod. Thank you.
Thanks for coming on. Appreciate it.
Well, only because you persisted. I originally wasn't going to, but yeah.
Well, I don't want to twist your arm or anything. I'm not trying.
I was just I was feeling a bit melancholy today, So I just thought, well, maybe now's not a good time, but maybe this is really the best therapy after all, is just to kind of get through it.
Oh, thanks for popping in, man. Yeah, no, and like,
Yeah.
you know what? Hey, I mean, look, face it, it's like a vacation. It's like you never really know you need a vacation until you take a vacation.
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm pretty overdue for a vacation. Thanks, Jill. I just saw your notice there. I think I'm just going to speak closer to the mic here. I'm using my phone, and it seems to have that very problem. So I got to work on that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, me
So
too.
you're right. Yeah. I mean, we all need a vacation once in a while. I never take a vacation. It's a personality habit. I have a hard time relaxing in general. So.
Yeah. Well, see, my brother brought that to my attention when the very first time we went to Cozumel. Cozumel, New Mexico, it's a small island and it's actually closer to South America than it is North America. So, but yet it's still part of Mexico. And but I love. I mean, it's a great place. I love it. It's a little tiny island though. Like it's really honestly on like maybe 100 miles, 100 miles from end to end. Um, and again, my brother said, I mean, I remember I was so psyched. I mean, it was the first time I'd ever been outside Canada. Well, sorry, second, because we went in 1977 and then 1978, or no, 1977, 1979, and 1981. My parents took the whole family. We jumped in a motorhome, and well, Dad bought it, of course. We jumped in a motorhome and we went all the way to down California, and then we went into Arizona and met Grandma and Grandpa because Grandma and Grandpa were, and these are Dad's side of the family. They were snowbirds, and they went to,
Mm.
Arizona every time. Well, the snow
Oh,
fell, and
sure, sure.
yeah, yeah, and and I'll say this: I had the real treat. I mean, the very first time we went to Walt Disney, Disneyland.
Disneyland
Yeah,
in
in
California.
California. Yeah, and then we also went to. I was more excited. Interesting contrast, I mean, because they're kind of pointing this out too, like on Midnight's Edge, that that Universal Universal Studios land is getting to be bigger than Disneyland or Disney World, and
The Universal City. It's a combination. I think it was a combination of Universal Studios and Universal City. In fact, in what was it? Is it in Burbank or something like that in California? You're talking about that whole area,
yes, and yeah, yeah, not just California, but then also like there's also like a Universal in Florida that also is
right?
beginning to eclipse Walt
Yeah.
Disney World. And like, yeah,
Uh,
no, like honestly, good for them because like I went to Universal Studios in California, and this was right after Jaws, and we toured Universal right when, and I'm like, they had, of course, perfect timing. They had just finished their Jaws tour, so like. They had these rail trams, well, trains, and like it would go across the thing, and like suddenly like this giant robotic shark would come alongside the tram. Oh my god, it was I'm like, as a kid, I mean, I was like 6 years old, 6 year old one, so I was fucking terrified, like this giant shark that was right beside, I mean, like, I mean, look, they even say like it's a robot shark, but like in your brain still computes robot equals thing that would still eat me if I fell over the side of the tram. you know, I mean,
you
you
know
know,
what, Rod?
mm,
I was there too.
oh,
I
nice,
so
wow,
listening to you tell the story is awesome because I'm reliving it. I remember being there. I remember being on the tram. I remember the lake that we
Nice.
come up to, the lake where they apparently, at least they said, that's where they
Yeah,
filmed
yeah.
the Jaws. It was so small, you're thinking, my gosh, how is that possible? But anyway, that's what
Oh,
they said.
yes, yes, exactly.
I remember the shark. I remember my friend that I brought with me, and I was with my mother. And I remember they had I think it was the $6 million man. Um,
Oh, yes, I
the
was getting to that.
the prison bars. I remember that, and I have photos of these things. I still have the physical photos of that event, which is now I'm realizing that's probably why I retain these memories. But it's really great to think about those things. It's really great to share, to find
I need
somebody
to, yeah.
else now that has that experience. It was
That's
awesome.
fucking awesome. That's so
Yeah,
awesome that we paired up
yeah,
that we,
same
yeah, like,
thing. Yeah,
because,
it was
yeah,
quite. You're right. You're right. It was as kids. It was like it was. We idolized the movie Jaws, and to see it, even though you're right, even though we knew it was a mechanical shark, it still was scary. The thing would come up and splash a whole shitload of water onto the
yeah.
tram, and we were thrilled out of our minds. It was a lot of fun.
Oh, man, yeah, exactly. And like the tracks, like I don't know how they did this, but like the tracks were able to move up and down and sideways, sort of slightly sideways. And it's just like, and like, oh my god! And of course the tram, just like you're like you know,
Yeah,
uh, and then
yeah,
and then of course like the $6 million man, like that hallway, that space hallway or whatever that you're walking down, and like the thing's rotating. So like, and if
yeah.
it would give you vertigo if you
Right.
you know I mean, like, even as a kid I discovered though, like, the secret is to look at the floor. Don't look at the side, side to
Ah,
side or above. Look at the
clever.
floor, you'll be fine. But if you look at
Very
the if
clever.
you yeah but if you look straight ahead, or well, sideways, oh man, your brain is going to like sit there and like give you vertigo, and next thing you know, boom, you'll hit the floor. you know
Then of course, as kids, I loved the whole vertical effect. I never got dizzy. You probably didn't either. As a kid, we were pretty resilient against that kind of thing. It was probably the
yeah,
adults that really needed your advice on that,
yeah, yeah.
right? And
Well,
if as we're just going to be bouncing around, going, "Yay, this thing is making me slide around. That's awesome. Let's go."
yeah. The other thing though too is like, parents are not gonna, or well, adults, they don't buy you. They're just like, what would a kid know? How does a kid know this? And like, they're
Yeah,
not. They're like, kid doesn't know anything. Fuck him. But like, you're just okay. Oh no, I'm looking at the floor. I'm looking at my feet. I'm walking forward. And I'm like, you would kind of like. I mean, there's nothing wrong with like glancing, like peek up. Okay, I'm almost there. But I mean, like, if you stare ahead and keep staring ahead, your brain is going to catch the sideways motion of the rotational thing. I'm like, next thing so no, and like, and of course you've obviously been there, and like you saw the Incredible Hulk makeup and everything, and like, I was so disappointed. I met Lou Ferrigno like in 2019, and I told him like, "Hey, I saw you when you were at the Universal Studios, like the tour." Like, and it's like, "Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to tell you, but like, I'm afraid that wasn't me. That was just they just got a bodybuilder actor to play the Hulk during the tours." And I was like, and of course suddenly it just then it hits you. And it's like, no, of course
yeah.
they wouldn't do that. I mean, because like,
They couldn't afford
how could they honestly, yeah, how could they honestly employ Lou Ferrigno to do like goddamn
it. Right.
tours and and the TV show to
Yeah,
so yeah, like, you know
he's got a
so I
career.
mean,
He wants to
yeah, so
pursue his
like,
career.
yeah, exactly. So like, honestly, like, I mean, at first, like I said, at first I was disappointed, but then I sat there and like, no, that's goddamn stupid, you idiot. Why do you think they would honestly pay him bucks? How much money do you think they would pay him to go there every day and do the goddamn TV show? So no, of course.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, Rod, your avatar died. Your avatar went away. Just want to let you know that in case you want to try to put one back up.
No.
There we go. Okay, there we go.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Yeah, Jill is saying that by the time, let's see, where was she? She missed it, right? Oh, I see. Rod, you know what? When your camera goes off, your avatar is not set. I think that's what's happening. You don't have an avatar set for it in your settings.
Oh, that's weird. Oh, I'll have
I
to.
think
No,
that's what's happening. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to
oh,
fix it right now if you don't want to. Just
no.
letting you know.
Okay, I'll fix it another time. Yeah.
Uh, Jill is saying when it looks like it looks like by the time she got there that the
Hail,
Jaws
Susan
was.
Dolan. Hey, good to see you. Yeah. Oh, sorry,
No,
you were
it's all
saying.
right. I'm trying to find where she was. She's yeah. It looks like Jill was saying she tried to catch Jaws, but they were gone. It was already gone. She could have done Jaws. She wished she could have done Jaws and Back to the Future. The only one ride left was E.T. I don't even think I even saw the E.T. ride myself. I don't recall that one. I probably hadn't gone there at that time. I know I've been there
Yeah.
several times in the mid '70s, like you say, like you, Rod, after Jaws and before the '80s had
Yeah.
come around.
Oh, yeah. I bet. I bet. Yeah. Hail, Mr.
I,
MH. Good to see you, brother.
yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Anyway,
yeah.
yeah.
Sorry,
Sorry. You were saying.
All right, Mr. MH. Canadian Spider-Man is not here, so you've got one great man and one imposter. The imposter is me. So tonight, this is what you got. But the entertainment is cheap. Tickets are only $1.50. Uh, drinks are free though. So is the spaghetti.
Yeah,
I,
but
I would I would like to see the Universal Studios in Florida. For the longest time I wanted to go see Disney World there, and now I have absolutely zero interest in seeing Disney anything. Oh, actually, I take that back. I do want to go to the Japan Disneyland. I've recently watched a video and found out that
yes.
Japan Disneyland is not owned by Disney. It's owned by a Japanese company, and they have a better Disneyland than Disney does. And I
Yo.
put a post on that on the Twitter. I thought that was really funny. I linked to the video and made a snarky comment about how Disneyland's gotten
Yeah.
beat by their own
Yeah.
customers for their own product. Yeah, but I'd like to see the Universal Studios in Florida. That would be a lot of fun.
Yeah. Oh, I gotta get it. Okay, I gotta show you a picture of this. Buster is he's passed out, but he's man spreading.
Let's have it.
Oh, and now he scratches his ear. Just a moment. All right, no, roll over again. Come on. Okay, fine. I'll rub his belly, and then he'll. Yeah. All right, here.
He detected his video cameo was coming, and he thought he'd cover up, I guess. Oh,
Can
there
you
he
see him
is.
now?
All right, there he is. Yeah.
Hey, Buster. Yeah, see, that's exactly it. He's man spread. I, honestly,
Yeah.
I didn't know cats could do that.
He's ready
But
for his photo shoot.
yeah, yeah. But yeah, no, he went to go. He went and well, he and I went to visit his mom, which was just a. She's actually only a half a mile away, and because she was the one like she happened to mention like, hey, I have a couple of kitties I'd like to put up for adoption. And I was like, yeah, sure, I'll take one. I'll take one. I was contemplating two, but then I'm like, yeah, I'm kind of glad I didn't take two. I mean, already, wow. You seen the belly on this guy just right now. He's wow. Ugh. A lot of stuff comes out of that body, and goes into that body too. So, you know, he's a hungry guy. So, yeah,
How old is he now?
he's 6 months. 6 months, and
Oh, wow.
he
Yeah.
he eats like a fucking like wow, like So yeah, no, like he's a big guy too. He's probably going to be a big boy when he gets older. But yeah, but yeah, no, like and his mom, my neighbor, she was really kind. I'm going to say right now, Sherry, she slipped me a few bucks too to help me with my gas for the next couple of weeks because oh man, I'm strapped. I I sold my stuff. Didn't sell. I pawned my PlayStation 4 and 5, and I'm still looking forward to that. But I'm still going to have to probably wait past the 20th to get at least one of them back. Definitely can't get both of them. My PS4 and 5. God, I missed that because ugh. I was making pretty good progress on Final Fantasy Rebirth too. You know, but oh well. No, I
Uh,
can't think about that.
Rod, I'm gonna try something with my audio because I got another comment from James this time that my audio is low, and seems like the
Oh, okay.
my previous attempt didn't try do something. So I'm gonna try something here, and we'll see if my audio just completely goes away. Hang on.
Oh, okay. Hail, James Caserta. Good to see you, brother.
Microphone.
This is pretty damn impressive, the amount of people that are on here. Considering that I tried to, but I can't find my other phone. Otherwise, I would have been able to uh, spread this out, shout this out on Twitter X. I call it Twitter X. I don't care what anybody else says. I call it that because that's what it is. We all remember it still as Twitter. Elon decided to rename it X, and fine, good for him. But we all know it as Twitter. Hell, you try to grab a photo from it, and it still says Twitter. So F you, Twitter.
Okay.
Oh man, that's totally better. Man, you're totally like a lot
Is it
louder.
okay? Well, gosh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry, guys. I did not know. I am
it
not sure what's going on. I was using earbuds, and I my I thought
Twix.
that.
Sorry.
What's that?
Oh, I'm sorry. No,
Oh,
no. Keep going. Keep
oh,
going. Keep
sorry.
going.
Yeah, you can hear me. Obviously, you can. It sounds like you can hear me better too, Rod. Is that right?
Yes, totally.
Huh. Wow. Okay.
Yeah,
I guess
nice and louder.
I thought these earbuds did not have a microphone, and it was using the microphone built into the iPhone, and that just was not working. Now I'm just using the phone itself with no and relying on the voice cancellation. So I'm just going straight to the phone, and that's all. I apologize, people. I need to get some real equipment here, and that's what I've been lamenting out this afternoon. I was on a broadcast earlier today, and they
Oh, you cut out there. Uh, Still around, I hope. Um, let's see.
gosh, okay,
William?
sorry about that. And
Oh, there you go. Oh, good
did
to
I
see
lose
you.
you? There we go. Sorry about that.
You're back.
I was
No,
on
no
a
worries.
broadcast. I was on a broadcast earlier today, and I was using different equipment, and it was definitely very mediocre at best. And when I
Oh, okay.
re-listened to the broadcast, I hated it, and
Oh,
it
hey
just started
man,
to get me
I was there.
depressed.
I listened to probably about 3/4, but you were okay. You're being hard on yourself, man.
Well, yeah, that's kind of hard to avoid being hard
I
on
mean, I get
oneself
it.
in that
Yeah,
case.
yeah,
So
yeah,
yeah, I tried listening to it. I got about a third. I tried re-listening to the broadcast. I get about a third way, and I just turned it off because it was just getting me more depressed. So
yeah.
anyway, I'll be tomorrow. I'll be better, but yeah, it's that's why finally after your second request, I thought I'm just going to come on the show tonight because otherwise I'll just be sad and cry myself to sleep tonight thinking about how I can't seem to get this right.
Yeah.
So anyway, uh, yeah,
Uh,
I gotta get some decent microphone and headset situation that really works.
no, I should actually too. Actually, I mean, like if I'm gonna be, and actually, I'm looking to make this into like try a few TED talks here and there and see what those do for me. But uh, you know, see if I'm decent at doing those. But I mean, like on the other side of the coin, I mean, like YouTube and shorts and other things like that are going to be like basically getting my feet wet and see how that goes for me.
Oh, you're gonna make some shorts? Okay, cool.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, what's the? I'm sorry if you already mentioned this. What's the what kind of things you're going to make shorts about? Or are you thinking about?
Well, for example, stoicism and just basically general
Oh,
advice. I mean, for
okay.
example, I started this. I started the whole episode earlier today. Actually, like earlier today. This this evening, like at the top of the episode, I actually talked about. I have to mention that I've said this before, and I'll say it again. And that is that If you don't love yourself, and if you are not confident and just simply content with being yourself, there is no way that you can love another person, because all you're going to be doing is looking for something else that isn't there, because that means you are searching for something with in somebody else that honestly you should be looking inside yourself. So if you don't love yourself, you cannot love another person. And and I guarantee that you have seen people like this who constantly move from relationship to relationship to relationship because they don't love themselves and they're looking for that in other people.
I agree with you 100%. And there's when I think about what you're saying, I also think about how do you solve for folks that have a hard time finding have a hard time appreciating themselves for who they are and what they can do, because I understand that very well myself. I've gone through, it seems like, most of my life having large periods where I didn't like
Yeah,
myself. I didn't like who I was. I didn't like how I
yeah,
behaved, what I did, what I
exactly.
said. Then you come out of periods of you become, you have to function in normal society. You have to go through life and you have to make a living. So you come through it and you just learn to deal with who you are and try to improve yourself. But I still
Yeah,
oftentimes fall back into feeling like all I see are the problems I have and the things I don't
I
like about myself. How do you solve for that? What do you tell a person?
well, this is actually something that became very clear to me, and I'm talking about when I was in junior high, when I was on the running cross country running team. I realized this, like I noticed that, like, just taking a short, I say short, but a short, like 45-minute run, is just a metaphor for life. I mean, like you're let's face it, you're running it yourself. You're the only one that can do it. You are the one who are taking the steps, and like every step you take, gets you closer to the finish, but I mean, like, but once you're done, you realize that it's not about the journey, or it's not about the finish line. It's about the journey, and that is where you suddenly everything becomes clear. I don't. There's no. There's no better way for me to say it. But I mean, it's just while you're doing it, you suddenly, I mean, you suddenly become. You have a moment of clarity.
Sure. Yeah, I imagine a lot of people in the world feel this way.
Yeah. Hey, Outlaw Bill. Just so no, like I saw Bill popped in here for a few minutes. Yeah.
People are still saying hello to Canadian Spider-Man. Well, hopefully
It's
he's in the background listening at least.
I Well, what happens is, for some reason, because, well, he was nice enough to put me um, on his StreamYard account, and then every time I log on, for some reason, it also it creates a double of himself. So technically, yeah,
Ah,
everybody's right. He is here. He is here in spirit.
yeah, right. Whether he likes it or not.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm sure he's gonna get a kick out of it though. Like once he's done partying it up and, like, wakes up and sleeps off his hangover and all that.
Yeah, as long as us teenagers don't wreck his house, they'll let us keep hanging out there while he's gone.
Yeah.
One time he's gonna as long as he doesn't come home one night and watch the stream and say, "You guys are banned from the stream. Forget it. You're not doing this anymore without adult supervision."
uh, no, this from somebody who, I don't mean you. I'm talking about him. His last stream. I've been wanting to listen to this. I just haven't had the time. I want to listen to his travel stream on Thursday, because I had to be up at 6 o'clock. So therefore I had to be up at 4. But here's the other thing. I woke up. I set my alarm for 4 o'clock. I was like, oh, I'm going to get up and work out before I go to work. So I got up at 4 o'clock. Then suddenly, my brain did the math. Like I was up, but then all of a sudden, like my brain did the math, and suddenly I realized that like I need about 45 minutes to get ready. I did. I got ready, but I was like, but then like I realized, hey, you can't work out. You got to get the flip to work. So, so like because at one point they're like I'd actually laid back down and I reset my alarm for like 5:10, and then I realized, but then like as I said, my brain did the math, and suddenly I realized, shit, you should be gone by 5 o'clock to get to work, because work is like 50 minutes away.
Ooh.
If you want, again, if you want to be at work for 6 o'clock and you want to make a good impression,
Right.
and
Get
so
there early.
yeah, so and again, that's what I did, and I got there at like 5:55. Well, actually, I got there at 5:52, and I logged in at 5:55 on the electronic logging device, which all of us goddamn truck drivers have to do because of that. I don't know if you heard about it in the States, but they have in Saskatchewan, Humboldt, Saskatchewan, there was a bus driver who ran into a truck driver, and the truck driver was not paying attention, and he just suddenly ran into the bus and killed probably about 3/4 of the people who were on the bus. And dare I
Wow.
say that they were hockey players.
Oh my
They were
gosh.
yeah
A
they were
team,
yeah, and they were
a full
players who
team.
were, yes, exactly, and they were players who were just below the NHL. So of
Oh
course
my gosh. Well,
it
it's
became it happened in 2018 or 2019, I think it was, and like it became a national tragedy. And of course, this anybody else, I mean, I never really thought about it until somebody I was delivering to Home Hardware in Jasper, Alberta, who, by the way, half the town was devastated by a fire, a wildfire, I just might say. But like anyway, like somebody pointed out to me that like, uh, would anybody notice if it was just a plain old regular bus? No. If it was just like even a passenger bus, no. But because it was a goddamn bus of hockey players, and especially like quote unquote future uh, NHL players, the whole goddamn country went crazy, fucking crazy. Like
oh
it was on the
sure.
goddamn
Yeah,
news. It
right.
went
Yeah.
nuts because like, oh my
Yeah.
god, and us goddamn truck drivers suffered.
Oh wow, I see. What
Yes,
wow.
because the Canadian government turned around and they said, oh, every goddamn truck driver, they should have electronic login devices, and they should make sure that all their goddamn hours should be 100% logged, and make sure that they know where they're going or what they're doing and all that sort. And it's like, no. And you know why? And I'm sorry, this is racist, but like they caused it. Whoever did it, they caused it. Those who caused it, well, they were, dare I say, guys who wear rags on their heads. And because of that, what happens is somebody who has effectively learned how to drive truck and be a truck driver in Canada, he will bring his cousin over, and his cousin will drive with him for 2 weeks. Then all of a sudden, he will go home using his passport, because his passport is a different form of ID, and he will give his license to his cousin, and his cousin will drive with the inexperience. And this is exactly what happened
So
with.
these guys are skirting. This is all. I mean, this sounds very illegal. This is not legal what they're doing, right? There's.
It's 100% not 100% not legal, but because Canada is lesser on people who quote unquote wear
Oh, they're lenient.
towels.
They're lenient on immigrants. Are
Yeah,
they?
people who wear towels on their heads. I'm gonna say that's why I say a long pause. Towels on their heads. They can be distinguished as, I mean, a cop can look at somebody and like, even though he's reasonably certain that this is not them, he'd be like, well, that kind of looks like him. So, okay, I guess that's him. They can't fucking prove it. I mean, see, this is one reason where I think that AI should be like concentrated on is like identification, because this would not happen if that, you know.
Either that or just some better form of human identifying. Some maybe we need some kind of a device that can identify you, by your biometric information that is foolproof.
Honest to Christ, if those assholes would take the stuff that's on their heads off, then yes. But that's the problem,
Yeah, well, I think what you're referring to is racial profiling, and
it absolutely is.
Yeah, they don't. They say in America it's illegal to do a racial profiling. So, we hear plenty of news reports here. I think that show similar concern that what we perceive as foreigners, that people that are harder for us to identify one from the other because we don't see enough of them. They can more easily get away with things like that than we could.
That's absolutely true.
I don't know. It certainly seems that the UK, maybe it's just England specifically, has been having problems like that in the news. Is it just England? Or are there other countries over there too? Where they're giving a lot of leniency to the immigrants, and the locals are really getting shafted by the whole situation. It's really sad.
Yeah, and yet us long-term drivers, me and others. I mean, the place that I work at, Jones Transportation. Pardon me. The driver. Shit. I learned from the guy who the yard guy. He told me that shit, man. Half the guys in our company are going to be retiring later this year because they're way too old to be driving. I mean, yeah, no, I mean, yeah. I've seen a couple of their drivers too. They've got beards like ZZ Top. Like. Ugh.
It is an interesting point. I'm sitting here thinking about this. What do we have today that identifies you as who you are? In the U.S., it's you've got a passport or you have a driver's license. Neither of those two things directly link you to your biological DNA. Neither one. Yeah. Neither of them even have any information on there about your let's say they somehow they somehow give you a test by pricking your finger and taking a blood sample and then printed out your genetic DNA code in some huge long string and printed it out on some chip. Let's say they don't print it out; it's on a chip, and they stick that chip in your ID and in both your passport and your driver's license. Well, in the future, you could walk through any airport or anything like that. It should be, and so you could effectively, if in normal circumstances, you present your ID to a police officer. If everything looks fine, then it's fine. If it looks like it's legit, but if there's any question about it, they could go check the chip that has a scan of your genetic code on it and find out whether that's you or not, and then know if this is happening. No. I didn't know that was happening. I'd never heard that. It makes sense that where there's a loophole in the system, the loophole will eventually be exploited.
It's a quiet thing that like truck driver. Well, yeah, exactly, and it's a quiet thing that truck drivers will not talk about. But they, I mean, the other thing too is like this is why the news will not cover it because they don't know. And like the other thing too is like a perfect example is that see in the Columbia ice fields, which is down by Calgary. And by that I mean like there's ice fields, i.e. glaciers out by down by Calgary. They have all-terrain buses, and they're still driven by plain old regular bus drivers. And don't get me wrong, like these bus drivers are obviously really good at what they do. I mean, you have to be if you're driving an all-terrain bus, and like these buses have like 6 wheels, by the way, like not just 6 wheels, but also like these are 6 giant huge inflated like 4x4 like kind of like cartoon sized uh, um, tires. You know, like again 4x4 giant sized tires, 6 wheels by the way. Um, because you know, I mean, again, they're driving through the Columbia ice fields, glacier ice fields. You know, negotiating like super tough places. Which don't get me wrong, this is nothing on the bus driver that on the incident that happened. But I mean, like, you know, I mean, there was a rollover and like the bus crushed and killed a few people, not all of them, but a few people. And surprisingly, there was almost no coverage on it, you know, and by comparison to like the Humboldt bus tragedy, that's another thing. I mean, like, you know, I mean, by comparison, it's 2 buses that literally got like, you know, like less than half of the people who were on the Columbia Icefields bus were killed. Like probably maybe like 25%, and if I remember correctly, and you know, nobody said anything. Nothing happened to like the bus driver or anything in the Columbia Icefields. But like the bus driver who, um, um, well, actually, it wasn't the bus driver in who got nailed. It was the truck driver who got nailed, and as a result, it was the truck driver who turned around and like he fucked all the rest of the other truck drivers nationwide, me and anybody else who holds a class 1, because that's when again that was back in, yeah, I'm pretty sure it was 2018. That was when they no, it was 2019 that the Canadian government swore that by the end of the year, every truck driver was supposed to have an ELD, electronic login device, that monitored his hours of the hours HOS, hours of service, to make sure that they were adhering to that and not driving past their time. And the guy who actually, you know, ran into like the Humboldt bus and killed half the hockey players, he he, you know, again killed half the hockey team. That he actually got shipped back to his home country, and you know, and whatever happened to him there happened to him there. But like, you know, but like it also came back to like, I mean, okay, fine, good for you, Canadian government, for shipping him back to thing. But like, why punish the rest of us for what he did? You know.
Well, yeah, you know, I think there's another way to we got to look at this though too. Is that uh, if the solution here is they're going to have electronic ID, that's really a marker to say that we're going to do that because they're coming up with an idea that how do we prevent this in the future, regardless of how it's going to happen. And technology is always the answer
True.
there. So, you know, 10 years ago, maybe they couldn't have done this. 20 years ago, certainly they couldn't have done this, but now they can. And in the future, it's going to be something even far beyond that, where we'll look back and go, "Oh, I look forward. I wish we only had the days of when we had electronic ID. Now we've got this AI thing that you have to log into, and it won't even let your trucks start if it doesn't know who you are, and then that becomes a problem when the thing is malfunctioning, and now you've got your timeline is getting all screwed up, and you're late, and you can't get it started, and you can't get the service people on the phone, and you know, technology is getting in it's hindering us as well as helping us. But that's it we think about all the things that we grew up with when we were young, and how they have changed, and how the requirements have changed for society. And this is just another marker of that. Look at air travel before 9/11. I used to fly up and down the West Coast because I had customers in California and customers in Washington State. And I would often carry 2 laptops, and I would be flying through that airport to get to the plane. I was doing it enough that I was always just barely getting there on time. There was no TSA. I would go early in the morning. There were not lines. I had many times, in fact, been one of the last people getting on the plane. In fact, a few times I'd been the last person, and they're calling my name in the airport saying, you know, Mr. Mr. Shakespeare. Mr. Shakespeare, get to your plane, you lazy mofo. Um, and that doesn't happen anymore. They tell you be at your airport 2 hours early, and you wait in a long line, and we've got all these TSA issues, and now we've got fast pass, and who knows if they're going to have super fast pass because the fast pass isn't fast anymore.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't fault them. I don't think we can fault the Canadian government for looking at the situation and saying we need something better to prevent these things from happening in the future. The whole issue about how they're dealing with immigrants versus locals, that doesn't seem fair, and that sounds like it's
Yeah.
a similar situation as what we're seeing in Europe, and even for that matter in the United States. I read reports about how immigrants will come over the border from Mexico, and these people will apparently get free medical care and even free housing. And there are reports all over Twitter, and I'll pull these things up and read them, and I'll say to myself, the problem is any of this true? It certainly, I tell you what, it sells ads. It's shock news is just works as good today as it ever did. So they're selling ads, and I clicked on this thing, and who knows, how many pennies I got for me clicking on it. But I don't know if these stories are true or not. But other than it's ironic that we are seeing them in all around the world, in the first world nations being especially hit hard by this. So, but yeah, I hear you, man. We don't want to see this happening to our countries, just getting torn apart by people who don't pay taxes here and who don't really care about this, and you just come here to
again. I mean, when just prior to my trucking career, I worked for a metal drilling company, and I almost became a machinist. But then, after 1 year of working there, I began to realize that they were not going to employ me as a machinist, because if they did, well, they'd have to pay me more because, well,
new special skills for that.
Yes, and here's the thing: I worked there as a shipper receiver. Well, mostly because I had a crush on Emily. She was the manager of the whole place.
A legitimate excuse.
Yeah, for her dad, and I it never really it never really occurred to me until like when I'd left the place, but because I realized that they were not going to not going to employ me as a machinist. I kept bugging them like, well, hey, I'd like to be a machinist. I'd like to be a machinist, because like machinists make up to like 35 bucks an hour. And I'm like, damn, yes, I'd like to get up there, But I discovered that like my friend Emily, her and her dad were Chilean. Like they moved here actually in the early 70s. As a matter of fact, I mean, good for her. Because it was actually in my meeting her, she was the one who actually kind of half inspired part of See Through Love, which is like I put actual American and Canadian history of what happened in Chile, for those who are not aware, 9/11 was not the first 9/11. 9/11 was the first 9/11 was actually 1973, and that was when the American CIA had actually funded the rebels of the military junta of Chile, who actually attacked the my brain is slipping here. The government building, the Palacio de Moneda, Palace of Money. Interesting interesting name for their government building, but like, Palacio de la Moneda. In Chile in 1973, they attacked the military junta attacked them, and like some of their own military actually even sided with the military junta, and they rebelled against their socialist elect. He was what is it? He was democratically elected, but he was a socialist president, and the American government did not fucking like that. So that's why they funded the military junta who was taking over. But what they didn't realize was that the person that they funded, General Augusto Pinochet, and again I put this in my book, General Augusto Pinochet, he was actually worse than Hitler, if you can believe it. I mean, like, even my own Emily, her mother actually, her mother told me personally that her and her husband were trying to flee Chile in 1973, and she said that she saw, like her and like there was a line of people. They're trying to get across the border, and the border patrol was just kind of like okay, take 10 steps, you're free. Take 10 steps, and also like, like they would fire, like, and like it was just insane, and like again, I put this in my book, and but no, actually, and like they fled Chile in 1973, and my friend Emily, like she's like a year younger than me, like she doesn't remember this, but like she was a baby, being carried by their mother in their mother's arms when they fled across the border, but like it's just insane, like Chile, 1973 was the original 9/11.
I'm trying to figure out, was this I think I missed something here. Did this actually happen on September 11th?
Yes, it did. 1973.
Okay. All right. Sorry about that.
That's what I'm trying to say. Sorry. Yeah, I'm afraid I didn't. Apologize if I didn't.
We'll make that. Yeah, I didn't want to make that assumption. So it's just that the date seems to have some gravity to it. Then, ironically, that day.
Yes, and that is something that people need to consider. That because of what happened in 2001. Because of what happened in 1973. I was like, why did that happen on this date? And it wasn't chosen because of the quote unquote terrorists. It was chosen because of their handlers.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I haven't heard anything. I don't know about anything about the history of that story that you're saying, and as you're speaking about it, I realize that there's a lot of the Central American history that we're just not taught in United States. And
yes,
it would be.
Oh no, of course not.
No,
because that's the propaganda that they reverse put on their own public. And like, by the way, just an interesting thing, because don't forget that video games are made in Japan. M. Bison in Street Fighter. You know who he's based on?
No.
M. Bison is based. Look this up. M. Bison is based on General Augusto Pinochet because he wore a cape. He was dressed exactly how you saw M. Bison, a big cape, a big like general hat on him. Like, no, literally, and like he was even told this, before he died. He died in the late 90s or early 2000s, I think it was. But like, he thought it was funny. He thought it was hilarious that a Japanese video game based a character on him, the way he dressed when he was in public as General Augusto Pinochet.
Well, I did look it up, and in fact, you're right. It says article from 3 years ago says General Augusto Pinochet of Chile accepts his likeness for being used for for the character M. Bison in the Capcom
Yes.
developed video game Street Fighter II, 1991. That's
Yeah.
pretty funny. Yeah, it shows a picture of him, and he looks pretty mean. This guy.
Man, you read what he did and he said and ordered his people to do, and like I got chills. I was like listening to listening to like Emily's mom talking to me like what happened. I was just and like I realized like I'm like I got to put this in my book, and so I did.
What of all the Central American countries that you know, Rod, which one would you move to if you had the choice? If you could just say, "I want to move here," and you didn't, and you could retire, and you had savings to do that, and live there, and not worry about your monthly expenses, and just go on with the rest of your life, where would you go?
You know what? Any of the Central American countries? Yes, Central, not Southern, Central.
Or southern. We'll throw that in too. Either one.
Possible.
Where would you go south
Yeah.
of the United States border if you wanted to retire and you had the enough money to live in such a place? Let's say it was at least $2,000 a month. I know that should cover it just fine for any of those places. Where would you go?
Yeah. Possibly, as I said, possibly any of the Central. Okay, even South American countries. But you know what? I would probably go to Cuba because I have enough experience having been there. Like with speaking Spanish, Cuban Spanish. Also, the fact that like, um, well, okay, Chile. I mean, because like $5,000 Canadian, and by the way, like this is Canadian, not even American dollars. Canadian $5,000 Canadian is 1 million pesos in Chile. But again, I also like Cuba because I I've been there enough times. Like I've seen and I know what it's like there. And the other thing is just simply being there. Also, kind of. I mean, it's well to put it more specifically. I mean, because I haven't. I just watched this earlier tonight. It's like Doc Brown in the Old West in 1885. Put Doc Brown in the Old West, and like, okay, but like he's got so much for knowledge of the previous years and what's to come. There's so much stuff that he can apply to being there that like I mean he can make himself rich.
That's an interesting point. Yeah, my what I was more getting at was where would you feel safe? What culture do you like? What amenities? But you actually brought
Yeah.
up yet a different point, which is that their industry in general that is far behind the rest of the world really for
Yeah.
obvious reasons. And so yeah, if you really were industriously minded, you could go there and either build a business of your own, or at least you would be thinking like somebody in the future almost compared to the rest of society, and that would be kind of a fascinating uh, uh, difference between yourself and the culture around you. So I get that point, and I imagine that the cost would be pretty inexpensive too there in Cuba. And have you been to these other countries that you've spoken about? Chile. Have you ever been to Chile? Have you ever been to Uruguay? Have you ever been what Central American countries have you been to?
I mean, I have not.
You haven't. Okay.
Sorry. Go ahead.
That's all right. Because I realize that it's easy to talk about a country that you know of because you've been there, and then to have affinity for that country and to say, I love this and I love that, and that's why I would go back, or that's why I wouldn't go back because I was afraid of it. But then I'm afraid of what I saw there, or what's happening now. But then if I haven't been to a country like myself, I haven't been to Chile, I haven't been to Peru, I haven't been to Colombia. I've watched a lot of videos on those places, but I don't have that innate understanding of it to say to you, oh yes, this is where I'd like to go. I'd certainly like to go check it out, but I can't say that I would like to stay there. But I could, me personally, I could say that I would love to go live in Panama for a while because I've been there and I loved it, and I could list why. Although it's expensive there relative to the other places. Mexico, I've been to the northern sections of Mexico many times, and that doesn't feel to me to be enough of an experience of Mexico to say that I understand Mexico. I know that there's far more about Mexico that is out there to see, and I don't know that. What I worry about in a place like that is safety. So I think that's what I was kind of getting from or asking from you is where do you feel safe in Cuba then, since you've been there? Let's talk about that, because a lot of people, I don't know if I can go to Cuba
I'm so glad you say that.
Yeah.
I'm
So
so
what do you,
glad you said it.
yeah. How do you feel about that? Safety, let's say.
I've been again. Here's interesting thing. Like my brother and I, at one point, like on our third trip to Cuba, we went there, and as a matter of fact, it also comes from foreknowledge of the place. Uh, because we've been there twice before. I had at one point there, like we'd gone to the we gone to the like the bus stops and everything, waiting, and like there's lots of tourist guides there.
Right.
Yeah, and anyway, sorry, and the tourist guides, and they were like, like, hey, you want a guide? And like these are just, and honestly, these are not like officially like by the government or anything like that. These are just like people who are just like they
trying to make
offer,
a buck, right? They
yeah,
trying to survive.
but like no, like we were totally like, yeah, sure, do it, yeah, absolutely, yeah, we want to tour, and like he took us through like the barrios, like the
Right.
poor sections of town. Took
Yeah,
us
the
through the
barrios. Yeah,
yeah,
that's
and
where
like
you really see a town. That's where you really see a culture, isn't it?
yeah, and like he and like and like I'm not gonna lie, some of the things that they're like, I mean, like shit, man, they're like giant piles of rubble that like honestly
Yeah.
should be hauled away by garbage that are like, and like they're in the middle of the street, you know.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Eh, yeah,
Other countries have that same problem. Not
yeah,
just that. So.
yeah, and like I mean, like well, like even a second or third or even second world, okay, third. Even a second world country would have hauled that away like long ago, and like, but I'm like, I get it, like that's fine, and here's something I discovered that like, and like they were really happy to get like my money, um, and that is that at one point there, like I talked to our guide, and I was, I mean, like it was fucking hot. Like it was like plus 34 or 35, I think, if I remember correctly. All I know is like me and my brother, like we were sitting in the shade, and I took pictures of my forearm, and my forearm um was just sweating.
Well, yeah.
Like
Wow.
yeah, yeah, and and like I'm like finally I'm like talked to the guy. I was like, hey, where can I get a haircut? I was like, because like guy speaks really good English actually. He was like, oh, like like he points me to like a place, like a battle, and I go into like the guy's place, like and like he was like, okay, like see, like he points to my hair, like, what do you want? Yeah, what do you want? Like he said in Spanish, like I was like, and then like there's a picture of a baseball player with like his head shaved. Like I pointed to that. I was like, oh, like CC shave, and like uh, he's like instantly, oh, CC, and like so I sat down and like he shaved my head like Vin Diesel type shave, and as soon as he was done, like he points to the Lord. It's like, hey, yeah, see, there you go, no problemo, and then also then I pull up my wallet. I stood there and I pull up my wallet. I was like, cuando, and he sits there and his eyes grow wide. He's like, oh, and then he points to Jefe, his boss, and then I was like, oh, I look at him yeah, El Jefe, cuando, and again, his boss looks at me kind of his eyes bugged out too, and then he was like, he just kind of sort of looks blank, it's like, and suete, $7, I was like, oh, I just kind of shrugged, like, oh, okay, so I gave him $7, and I tipped, $1 each, and I gave him $9, 9 pesos, so I tipped them 1 peso each, and I was like, and again, they were just kind of like, whoa, they were just shocked, and I was just kind of like, I was like, I never thought much of it until I talked to our guide, because my guide, my brother he was more interested in he was getting something to drink, so he went. They took him to he took him across the street to lemonade stand. My brother's like, oh man, that was amazing lemonade. You should have tried it. Oh, I never thought of but then all of a sudden at one point there, the Babetto, or not the Babetto, his boss walked up to our guide. He said a couple of words very quickly to him. I didn't quite hear them. And all of a sudden, and then the guide, walks up to us. It's like, hey, how come you paid? He was like, how come you paid him for the haircut? I was like, well, I mean, and then I pointed out, well, in Canada, that's a service, somebody, hey, Buster, that's sorry, Buster's saying hi to us in the,
Yeah, he's part of the crew. He wants to be in the
yeah,
show.
yeah. Anyway, they're they were saying to me, hey, no, not that, Buster. um, no, they were saying he said that first of all, they were happy and surprised, and gracias, thank you for the money, but uh, apparently, I mean, um, haircuts, barbados, they are, first of all, they are paid by the government in Cuba, and B, haircuts are free in Cuba, and so and that's why the guide was saying, be like, hey, why'd you pay him? You didn't have to pay him. It was free. I was like, oh well. First of all, nobody told me, and secondly, hey, I don't mind putting dollars into the economy to help you guys, and well, my government. I mean, I know it's not much, but it's just a few bucks that helps you guys, and and the guy
Yeah.
looked at me and he looked really appreciative of what I said.
Yeah, I'm sure they are. Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, but yeah, no.
Plus, it must have been really inexpensive. Do you remember how much it cost?
Oh yeah, $7, man.
Oh,
Oh,
wow. I was,
well, probably not even okay, 7 pesos. So that came out
oh,
to
the pesos.
uh yeah, $4 or something like that. So four
Yeah.
dollars and something. So yeah, no, super
I,
cheap.
I had I haven't done I've been promising, Spider-Man, to gather my videos and photos of India when I was there in 2008 on 2 occasions. And we just talked about that recently. We're still doing it. I promised him. I've just been busy, but I had a haircut there. I'll talk about this again when we do the show. Hopefully you'll be on it too, Rod, because it's just fun being on the Spidey
Oh,
show
I'm
with you.
sure you
Yeah.
rewind it. Yeah,
Oh no, we haven't done this one yet. This is coming up sometime in the future.
yeah.
Um, so I went to the barrios in India on my
Oh,
first
okay.
trip there. Yeah. And I was with a workmate. And so we went, and we felt safe, and they didn't have street lights. Well, no, I take that back. They must have had some street lights, either that or so it was a combination of there were apartment buildings. A lot of them had no windows. They had holes where you'd have windows, but there's no glass in the hole for the window, right? Which I know you've seen in the poor portions, probably in Cuba, and we see this in Panama as well.
Yeah.
So we're walking down, and there's on one side there's a bunch of apartment buildings, and these things look like they were built by hand. I mean, these things look really rugged. On the other side, there was little shops and things, and we come across a barber, and it was time for me to get a haircut. So what the heck?
Mm-hmm.
We go in. The guy, it was a guy, and it looked like it was either his son or just a young worker. With no way for me to know. They didn't speak English at all, either of them. They were certainly speaking Hindi, and usually the Indians there, they'll speak 2 or 3 languages at least. But these two didn't happen to speak English, and not surprising because this was, the definitely the lower. I'll just say the lower income. I really try to avoid. I don't want to say negative words here. So just the people who are poorer off. And the guy gave me a haircut. We figured, he knew I wanted a haircut, and I decided to go for a shave as well while we're there, all with hand gestures to demonstrate what I'm interested in. I had no idea how much this was going to cost, and I didn't care. I didn't worry about it. So he's giving me a haircut, and he's cutting my hair, and he'd never seen a white person before, it seems, because he's treating my head like it was an egg. I think he was afraid he was going to crack it if he just touched it too hard, and it felt so gentle. It was hilarious, and I really liked it. I really liked the treatment. Fantastic job cutting the hair. Fantastic job giving me the shave with a brand new razor that he cut and used a hand razor to do this whole thing. And in the end, the total cost after conversion was 75 cents.
Yeah.
And I looked to my friend and I said, I need to give this guy a tip. What do I do? Because I felt, I don't know what to do here. How do you give somebody a tip that you would expect based on a 75-cent haircut? So, and he told me, don't disrupt the balance of economy. Don't screw up everything for everyone behind you coming in for a haircut later, and they're going to expect, a $5 tip. That's not how this works here. They might even feel insulted if you gave them some ridiculous tip, like you're burning money on fire.
Oh yeah. See?
Right. So I remember giving him the equivalent of $1.25. So the bill was 75 cents, and I gave him an extra 50. So I gave him a 2/3 tip. And I still to this day, I can't forget it, and I can't not feel guilty about it. It really puts into perspective a lot of things about life, seeing how people live on the other side like that.
Yeah. Well, and we're going to say hello to West Cagle, who joined us as well.
Nice.
Yeah.
Carla Button. Hey, see if Carla wants to come up. See if West Cagle wants to come
Carla,
up.
you're here. You know what? Here, I'll put this up just again, just in case.
Carla might, West Cagle might want to come. I mean, anyone who wants to come up, I would think, right?
Yeah. You know what? Yeah, why not? Let's anybody who wants to come on, say hi. Let's have a round table chat. It was great. Nice. It's great. I love these these streams when people come on, we throw a lot in. This is great because all the streams go on all these other subjects this. Everybody has so many other different experiences. This is awesome. This is what these streams are about. It's great. It's a around the world. Because Carla Burton is down in New Zealand, so shit, man. It's half a planet away. And we're talking.
And it takes a long time. Hey, let's say how did West Cagle has showed up here.
How you going? How's it going, gentlemen?
How you doing, West? Yeah. Good to see you, brother.
Gentlemen, I think you're in the wrong show, West.
I give you the benefit of the doubt.
Oh, there it is.
Sorry
if we took a long ways to get to you. If I was dumb enough to.
No problem. No problem at all. No problem at all. I was just listening to you guys chatting.
How have you been, West? What's going on with you?
No, nothing much. I was just we just wrapped over there on Outlaw Bill's channel. and
Oh,
so I
nice.
saw you guys were on, and I said, so you know what? Let me join these guys.
What was
See
going
they're
on over
sweet.
there?
talking about.
Was it karaoke or what was
Oh
going
yeah,
on?
some karaoke.
Yeah, West,
Yeah.
or West, or like, yeah, no, yeah, Bill had his karaoke. Ah,
Wow, I would have
karaoke.
been over there to say hi if I'd even known that before.
Yeah,
It's probably going on for a
and
while. I didn't know that.
yeah,
Oh.
and let's say hello to Carla Burton. Good to see you. Thank you for
Hello,
coming on.
Carla.
Good to see you.
Carla Burton.
I can't be long. I've been at my daughter's who lives far, far away, and
Oh,
I just
okay.
came
Okay.
and I just came home, and my husband was away for quite a few days, and tomorrow he goes away for another 4 days. So
Ooh.
when he gets
Okay.
home, I have to jump off. But I thought I'd say hello to everybody.
No,
Hello.
thank you for popping in.
Hi.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah,
Carla,
awesome.
good to see you. Thanks for
Good to
coming
see you,
in.
but Carla, yeah, that's
Oh,
awesome.
it's
You're
my
half a world
pleasure.
away.
It's always fun.
Does that mean when your
Yeah.
husband does go away, we get you for another 4 days or however
Oh
long
yeah.
he's gone? Oh, there you go.
I'm
Right
a
on.
loose woman. As soon as my husband's away, I'm on the all boards.
Right on. Well, you've committed to it now, so you can't go back on us. We will call you out on that.
Mm.
Yeah. He knows. He's like, "Are you gonna go stream today?" and stuff like that. But he's allowed a few of my hours. I'm so generous. Anyway, he's a
Oh,
lovely
so
husband.
hey, Sashi, good to see you. My 100th
Hello.
sub. Yeah. I just wanted to point out that she said that 75 cent haircuts. Yes, that's true. You get breakfast for under $1 in United States dollars. Really? Where's that? I need to know this. But also, hey, Sashi, guess what? Later that very same day, my brother and I went to a Cuban baseball game, and good lord, the baseball
Yeah.
players and they're ridiculously good, so goddamn good. Well, ultimately, the score was 0-0 up until the 7th inning, and they had to call the game because of rain. And like I posted the rain, it was like it wasn't man, it wasn't even close to like a Canadian rainstorm. I mean, a Canadian rainstorm, they'd probably still play down in Cuba, but like no, a
Well, they're
Cuban
the
rain.
tropics. They're
Oh
the
no,
tropics, right?
the Cuban rainstorms, Jesus Christ, it's like Peanuts rain. Have you seen
Yeah.
like the
Yeah.
cartoons? They're like, yeah, it was Peanuts rain. It was like, like
Malaysia used to be like that too.
yeah,
I'm gonna
exactly.
see where they are on the map.
Yeah.
Google map.
So like that's like okay, no, we got to call this the game, because of the rain. But no, good lord, it was just like
Hey, Rod.
yeah,
Is the
yeah.
rain like in Malaysia? It always rained at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, right? That's the way the tropics went there. Is
Okay.
Cuba the same? Like, do they have same time rainstorms during the day or not? Because you'd think you'd rearrange the time of the baseball games if it was so.
Well, the baseball games are approximately 2 o'clock every day. So, and the rains. My brother and I arrived at about approximately 2:20, and we watched for like 2 games of insane baseball games, like the kind of games is like you would like you saw pros that like. I mean, the pitcher was like he, like sit there like left, right, like, and then he pitches the ball, and like and it would be like a strike. It would be a strike or a ball, but like usually a strike. And like if the batter hit it, he might get a good shot, but like the ball would go like, like somebody on the opposite team would catch it. He would fucking catch it. Like that's so goddamn good, and like, and like it was again, it was locked. It was dead iron, like nobody was scoring. It was so goddamn good. It was one of those things.
Wow.
It was one of those things like like sometimes there were 1 or 2 times where like where the batter hit it, and all of a sudden the pitcher, he takes a couple steps off his thing, and like catches the ball. Like, and like, I mean, we as my brother and I as baseball observers, we're just like, fuck, like, holy, like that's how damn good they were. The pitcher or the three basemen, like they would catch the ball. I'm like, shit.
How much did it cost to go to the game?
Oh yeah. Oh yes. I'm glad you asked, because man, like we walked into like the baseball game, and like we were thinking like $5, $6, $7, no, we walk up and like someone some tables, like, excuse me, and it's like 75, so 75 cents for each of us, so like we paid $1.50 to get
Nice.
into like the game.
Yeah.
And like,
How much? And what about refreshments? How much were refreshments there? I'm assuming you had to buy drinks or something like that.
We could buy drinks, which is just simply like Kool-Aid or whatever the
And
frick
how
it
much
was.
would they be?
Again, not even like, I think it was like 25 cents or something like that. Not even that, like 20 cents or something like that. And like, you could also buy like these tiny like meat on bread, sort of like ham type of sandwiches, which is like you could get you would get at the resort that the resort that we were staying at, and like it was kind of like a pressed kind of like ham type of thing with like on the bun with like with butter, and like you might get ketchup or whatever if you asked for it. But don't get me wrong, it was like not the most exceptional things, but like here's an interesting factoid in Cuban baseball. No matter what baseball game that you go to, like any side of the province or country, you cannot buy beer. You cannot buy beer there.
Why?
Because they've had too many fights and too many things.
So it's not a religious thing.
No, not at all. But it was just funny because there's just so many things. I mean, like they've had too many cops break up. Baseball fights.
Can you be like Mr.
Over the
Bean?
baseball.
Can you be like Mr. Bean and have it in your jacket pocket and suck it surreptitiously like he does in the movie? He puts a drink in his pocket and he drinks.
You might you might be able to, like, and like smart people, a smart person might even be able to do that with like hell, even a shot, even a bottle of rye. But you have to be really, really, really goddamn careful that people didn't see you, because like I mean, because like Cuba has no open liquor laws, so like if you're walking on the street with like a bottle of rye with like or rum, and cops wouldn't even bat an eye. They're like, whatever. They'd probably even wave at you. I mean, shoot, my brother and I were walking down the beach, and like we walked across a quote unquote rival resort, and there was a bunch of garbage sitting on the beach, and we couldn't help it. It was like just part of us. It was like, like the Canadian comes out of us, and we started to pick up all the garbage, like, and then we put all the garbage in the trash in the trash bin. And all of a sudden, like, and just so we were putting the last little bit up, and like a beach cop comes up to us. And by the way, the beach cop, he didn't have an AK-47. He had a walkie-talkie. That was it.
Wow.
But like, like anyway, the beach cop comes up, it's like, hey, soy Canadiana. I'm like, like, hey, you guys are Canadian. Like, like, CC. Like, just throwing the garbage in the thing. He was like, hey, gracias, and like he points to like the beach. Like, hey, gracias. And I was like, we just kind of struck like, hey, no problema. But like, it was just funny.
Really nice. That's sweet.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm sorry, we are ignoring West Gagel.
Sorry, yeah, my bad.
Oh no.
Carla
No,
takes
not
over
at all.
everything.
Not at all. Not
No.
at all.
Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, right on. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't like to sound like my stories always trying to take over the thing of the thing. But like, no, honestly,
Oh.
thank you for I appreciate people appreciating my stories. No,
No, when I got something to chime in, I usually try to cut in. I'll try to
no,
cut in.
right on. Oh, thank you. Yeah. No. Let's see. Let's go down the chat just to make sure that we're not. Oh wow, a
We
lot of chat here.
Sashi here. We had to do some reconnaissance.
Yeah.
Oh.
We found Sashi was locked in the cellar somewhere deep below the surface of the planet. In Rod's cellar, in fact.
Yeah. Oh well, that's why I said let's see. Yeah, anti-derivative Jill was wondering why she hadn't seen him. Yeah.
Right, we could see him,
Oh.
but nobody else could see him. He was so sorry, Rod. We hijacked your one and only listener.
Oh no.
Oh no! What a crime!
Yeah, no, she made it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but no, my brother and I, we went to a Cuban baseball game. Shit, all we spent was like $1.50. You know, and like,
Wow. So you
yeah,
didn't
no,
even fork out for a drink or anything? Oh, because it rained.
well, no, you can't. You know.
No,
However,
I meant a Coke or something.
they might have, but I mean, like, I'm one of those guys that, like, you know, and I prefer water-based drinks. So, like, there was, and they just had water, but like, you know, I mean, yeah, I think the water cost like 50 cents, which, you know, yeah, no, like a bottle of water, you know, and like at one point there, like it seemed almost like a moot, I mean, because like, you know, like I said, suddenly we got hit by peanuts rain, and then like
Yeah.
at the close of the seventh inning, they're just kind of like, huh, okay, we just got to call, we got to call the game because, like, you know, like there's no way you can play this bullshit, you know, like, you know, and like we're like, oh, okay, screw it, you know. So we went back to like the La Floridita, which is the Ernest Hemingway restaurant slash bar, you know, which has a nice big bronze statue of him in his favorite spot, you know, which is, you know, fun, funny. Yeah, and yeah, no, like for anybody who are not aware, you know, like the La Floridita is apparently the birthplace of the daiquiri.
Ah.
Yeah.
I have no idea what a daiquiri is, but I've heard it said a lot on TV.
Yep, it's basically a well, basically it's it's basically a slushy, you know,
right.
an alcoholic slushy.
Yeah, yummy
Okay.
slushy.
Yep.
Yummy slushies. Not sold at 7-Eleven, probably.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Exactly.
No, maybe they are. What am I saying? 7-Eleven sells alcohol.
Yeah.
There you go. Jill loves daiquiris. Which flavor do you like, Jill? There's a lot. You can make it with any fruit, can't you?
Yeah.
Oh, there he goes. Strawberry. Strawberry.
Tell me how you'd make one.
Yeah, you should try it. Get Jill's recipe. You should try it, Carla. Give them to your.
Yeah, I don't drink. I don't like the taste.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'd have to dig up with like, you know, my best bet was like, you know, like Google it, you know, but yeah.
Rod, you're pulling
Google
up
it.
comments on what I put on your channel as a joke. Well, I mean, that one's not a joke, actually. The one you put it right now is quite serious. So it's you know, it's fine. I'm totally cool.
Yeah. William Shakespeare. He was posting a bunch of stuff just to see if anybody was paying attention.
Oh, you just want them pulled down, struck down. That'll strike you down even more.
Yes. If you strike me down, I'll become more powerful than you can possibly imagine.
Exactly. You did that
Ah.
scarily well.
Oh, nice. I'll have to work on that.
Uh-huh.
I love Star Wars. That's I've seen that on the order of at least 50 times. No joke. I mean,
Oh
really
yeah. Oh
ridiculous.
my gosh. Oh, I think all of us have watched most of our favorite stuff at 50
Yeah.
times at least.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd rather watch my favorite films over again for the nth time than watching brand new films that I've even never seen before. And it's a peculiar thing. I can't really explain it. I look forward to watching stuff that I love so much again.
So have you seen our bedroom wall? The top of our bedroom wall.
Cool.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Those are 40-year-old posters, and that box there with that isn't opened. All his statues that the little figurines that you can't from the I don't know 50 years ago, whatever 40 years ago. They're in a box because he has to pose them just right. Apparently, all the old stuff there.
Can you make her large, Rod? Oh, look at that, Rod. Can you make her
I'm large
big?
enough.
No, make her big. You know what I
Carla's
mean?
always
Make her big.
And big in me.
Carla's always larger than life.
Exactly.
That's neat, though. That is really cool. I remember the things in the middle and the
Oh my god, it
yeah.
worked. I don't know how I did that, but
I had the
No
Hoth
speeder.
set below. I had definitely the ships in the middle, the Star Wars ships. Those two, I
Yeah.
had both of those. Those are originals
See-
too.
oh wow.
See the book.
Look at
see
the weather.
book there. He's even got the book.
Oh, let's see. Yeah, the snow speeder
Wow.
ones. Wow.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
Oh my
Oh,
god, I'd like that.
oh,
Yeah,
you
Holy
have a
crap.
picture with my
I had
Yeah,
that.
that's the Hoth battle
Yeah.
scene.
It's neat.
Yeah.
And
Wow. Yeah.
there's two pieces of that will explode. You press the button and they blow up. The thing on
Oh,
the right
really?
and the thing on
Oh.
the little bridge on the left, they'll blow up.
Yeah.
And it's separable or whatever you call it.
Yeah.
And there's you can see the lever right there.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
that's it. Yeah, you click it, it goes blam, and the two pieces fly off.
And
It's
that's
awesome.
an
And the other
old guy
the other
too.
bridge
Yeah.
comes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
land speeder had that. Well, man, I miss all these
And
toys.
there's the Flintstones because that's how old
Batman.
my husband is.
The Batmobile.
Wow, look at this. Oh wow, the classic Batman car. I
The
love that.
good
You know, there's only
Batmobile,
one of those
yes.
cars.
Lego. We just got that from Lego. And it was that Lego box there. But anyway, and so those are his posters that I put up after like them being in the like storage for like 30 years or something. So.
Those are some nice posters.
Yeah.
Wow, look
So
at this.
anyway,
Yeah, the classics.
that is the nerd. This is
Oh,
the nerd
wow.
shrine.
Yeah. The nerd cave.
I need to turn my camera off. There we go. Oh. Anyway, that is the end of show and tell. You can make me small again now.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Yeah, hang on a second here. There. Oh,
Hey.
perfect. Okay, good. And now I'm understanding the whole
Strawberry. Okay.
thing. Right on. Yeah.
Well, we wouldn't be such happy people if our husbands weren't very happy, would they?
Ha,
Really?
yeah. Hey, okay, I mentioned this already on my Twitter X once before, and okay, I gotta say it again. Partly because I watched Back to the Future Part 3, but going back to Back to the Future 1 and 2, did anyone know or realize that Back to the Future is actually a warning about 9/11?
Yes, I saw that. I saw that video that you posted.
Oh, thank you.
It was interesting.
That's crazy.
I was waiting to see what they said about building number 7.
Honestly, it blows your mind when you think about it, how many times they mentioned 9/11. I never thought of, again, you don't think about it
I
until
have to watch the movies. Actually, having said that, I think I have to watch the movies to confirm what they said was actually in it. Because you know how sometimes people say stuff and it's actually not true. So I'd have to go back and confirm that those things are there.
well, I mean, like when Marty arrives at the Lone Pine Malls, or sorry, See, Twin Pines, not Lone Pines. Twin
Oh yeah.
Pines, and like that's the other thing. Twin Pines is supposed to be a reference to the Twin Towers.
Towers.
And like,
Yeah.
and when he arrives, it's 116. And like,
Mm.
but like, if you look at it, that's a reverse. That's a reverse version of 9/11.
If you
And
turn it upside down.
yeah, and when Doc Brown explains that, take a look at Einstein's clock. It's measured. It's timed to be the exact time of my clock, and like he holds up his clock and Einstein's clock, and both of them signal 911. Well, 119, which is 911 backwards. Again, you don't think much of it, but then like and then all of a sudden, like near the end of the movie, Marty runs over one of the pines. So like, my pine, you bastard! Like, or you son of a bitch!
Yeah,
And like,
I remember seeing that.
but then like that basically, and like at the end of the movie, he runs to the Lone Pine Mall, not the Twin Pine Mall, the Lone Pine Mall, which again signifies the whole. It was the Twin Towers were turned in like the single tower, and also like when he sees everything that happens, like, well, sorry, when he leaves 1955, there is a 9 on the side, and there is and the two flaming tire tracks make an 11.
Mm.
And like, again, that's just mind blowing.
No, wait, hang on a second. I gotta go upstairs. I need to grab the roll of tinfoil. I need a big hat.
Yeah.
In the sorry,
It's
what?
an interesting video.
No.
But I never watched the second one. I forgot. I forgot.
Yeah. But listen, folks, I see that we just got onto like the 2 hour mark, and yeah, like I just want to say hi to everybody. Wow. Again, 100%, like 1000%. Thank you to West Gago for coming on, and like you totally added to the stream. Thank you. Also, William Shakespeare, 100%, man. And Carla Burton, always thank you for. It's wonderful to get your views from your side of the planet. It's awesome.
You'll never wonder what Carla thinks.
Oh,
Yes, 100%. Yes.
Nobody ever wonders. I'm not much of a
Yeah.
mystery.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, good job. Okay, guys,
So
have fun.
yeah. Thanks, guys. It's good to see you, and I will talk to you later. Who knows? I have a funny feeling like Spider-Man and I might have a stream tomorrow night.
Yeah,
We'll
you
see.
should do, eh?
Yeah, exactly, on Sunday night.
Mm.
But it probably won't be too long, or at least with me, anyways, because I've got to work on Monday. So,
Oh, that's exciting. Are you going to drive a truck?
well, I've driven truck on Tuesday and Wednesday. I didn't do anything on Friday because we were swamped in the yard guys, which is kind of why I see why they hired me. Like rather they wanted me to do like the yard stuff.
Yeah.
But it's still kind of like, man, I still want to get on the road because like those are the bastards. Those are the guys that make a lot of freaking money. I mean, like, again,
Okay.
one trip, 5 days, running up to the Cone Mine, which is way up on Yellowknife, which is again 2.5 days trip. All you're doing, all you're doing is driving. Yeah, guess what? You made $3,000 for one trip. $3,000 for one trip.
Wow. Is it
So,
dangerous?
yeah.
Why is it?
I gotta get in
Is
on
it
that.
dangerous?
No, just simply because it's long. It's like 2.5 days. Like that's like 14 hours driving 2 days. So like 21 hours driving. So, or no, sorry, 14, that's over 30 hours of driving. So for a one-way trip.
Yeah.
So yeah, no,
Yeah.
yeah,
That would be
So
cool.
no wonder where you want to
That would be
drive.
cool.
No wonder you want to drive.
And it's on a
What?
pretty much, what is it? It's kind of desolate road, so you're kind of all by yourself, yeah.
Yes, exactly. You're right. Yeah.
That's perfect for me. I would love it. I hate people.
Really?
Oh,
I
People
need
yes,
to be
suck.
around
exactly.
people.
You're
I need
away
to be
from
around
everybody.
people
Exactly.
all the
Yeah.
time.
Not you people. I love you people. I hate people in general.
Yeah. Yeah.
And when I say you
Yeah.
people, I don't mean derogatorily.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you mean
Yeah.
you? What do you mean you people?
You know what I mean, you people.
What do you mean you people? Yeah. Thanks, Rod. This was fun. Thanks for having us on.
Oh no, thank you guys for popping on too. Like you helped bring it up too. Like, that's awesome.
Just
I mean,
nice to hang out with friends.
yes. Thanks, William. Thanks, West. And again, thank you,
And Paul
Carla,
with
for
chatting
that's awesome. Thank you, Carla. I really appreciate that. Good
in
to
the
see you.
chat. Jill
Let
and
yeah,
who's
right,
Lord?
keeping us company,
Yes.
and Jill
Thank
for
you, Jill, especially for keeping it again, not just keeping us company, for keeping us straight, make sure that we're flying right. So,
Yes.
sticking the finger,
yes.
to Paramount while she's at it.
Well, Paramount's been giving the finger
Yeah.
to Star Trek for long enough, so.
Yeah, time to give
Listen.
back. We're paying it forward with the finger.
Yeah. Oh, awesome. Well, listen, you guys can hang out if you want in post chat, but like, yeah, no, I'm gonna go straight to bed because like, oh, I'm literally like ready to pass out. So like,
Okay.
so anyway, you guys all take care, and I'm headed up.
Yeah.
See ya.
Alright, yeah.
Bye, everybody.
See you guys.
Take
Bye,
care.
everybody.
See y'all.
Bye. Later, all.
Why does it still say live?
We're still live.
Oh,
I'm monitoring you and I. Oh, Carla, guess what? We're still live. Hold on a minute. Let's see. We're still live.
yeah, we're still. Oh,
We're
Rod.
still live.
I don't have Rod's number. I have Canadian Spider-Man's number. But it's on my
Well,
phone.
the thing is, we can still keep going as long as if either of us get the duck of death, we're done.
Oh yeah.
Right. Other than that,
Alright.
so,
I'll see. We can't. We won't be able to highlight any chats, but
no, we could.
I
keep
won't be
going.
able to be long too. My husband. Oh, I'll see how much my husband will let me stay.
All right. Well, I'll hang out with you while if you still want to hang out here for a little while.
Oh,
I don't have anything really going. It's just a Saturday night for me, so.
I'm gonna X Rod, but I'll tell him that.
Okay. Sure.
And see. And what have you been up to on your half of your weekend?
Let's see. Well, last week we had construction issues, which was quite a nightmare, and I'm glad to get past that. At least the stage that we're at.
Yeah.
For the condo building, and then today, I was on a live stream today, which I don't even really want to mention, because yeah, I used a microphone that I hadn't been using before, and it sucked, and I don't like the way it turned out. Other folks said it didn't turn out so bad, but anyway, it got me impressed. So trying to listen to the replay, and so that's it. Yeah. So Rod was egging me to come on early on, and I tried to tell him privately, nah, I'm just gonna sit in the chat and listen. Then I don't think he saw it, so he asked me again, and I thought, well, yeah, let me change my own mood for the whole night, because I've kind of ruined my own Saturday that way. So he was really kind about that, and really nice.
Yeah, he's a lovely guy.
Yeah, right. He's a good friend. So anyway, yeah, that's about it. Just I feel a little bit relieved just overall that a bunch of things have just gotten kind of accomplished this week. I finished the first stage of a project that I have for the work that I do, which is yeah. So
and is that the hardest part of it? You know how you're doing a job and like the first part's really hard and the rest is easy because it's worked out for you.
Well, it depends. In this case, probably the harder part is still coming. This is a development project, software. It's
Oh, okay.
working with a professor, and I don't, he's a retired professor out of something like Columbia University or something like that on the East Coast. I honestly forget which university he worked for or he was a professor at, but he writes custom software, and then I write automation software around that. And
Yeah. Okay.
yeah,
Do you do the flows or something?
let's call it that, right? So his so he's developed a whole new application, and it's been spending a few years on this, and so we're now trying to get this up and running. And this is it when it's when you're dealing with very custom software and you didn't write it yourself, then getting it
Yes.
running can be a bitch.
Yeah.
And can be
Yeah.
quite a challenge.
Yeah.
So, and he's not really a developer, really. He's more of like a mathematician. He just knows enough about development to know how to build, how to construct something, and really and complex too, for that matter. But he's not a classic
Okay.
software developer. So the installer that he gives me, it lacks a whole lot of features, starting with logging and descriptiveness about where it's at in its progress. So when it fails, you don't know where it failed.
Yeah.
I have to go
Yeah.
figure that out and talk to him about what I think is wrong, and he has to then maybe work with. He's got another developer. Anyway, now I'm getting way down the weeds in the whole thing.
Listen,
I'm
it's
in the
fine.
yeah. I'm in. So we're past the first stage where I got his latest build installed, and that's a relief, because now we can move on to the next phase of trying to change the code. So boy, yeah, I'm gonna bore the crap out of everyone. So
So my husband had to build apps. He had to build
oh, okay,
apps.
all right,
He never
yeah,
knew how to build apps. But when he was
okay,
getting his chemo and he wasn't flying, he had to learn. Oh, so first he started with making forms on Microsoft. Is it Microsoft Forms?
yeah, yeah,
Okay,
for
so his
Windows,
first,
for Windows.
yeah, he was doing something else. But anyway, they just would make a form instead. It was just easier to start with, and then they wanted to build him to build an app, and he had to build an app. Oh, so this is going to be even more boring because I don't know what I'm talking about.
Was it for the phone? Was it for cell phones and
iPad.
tablets? iPad, yeah. Okay, so an app. All right,
No,
all
and
right.
the phone. No, he made
Yeah,
it
right, right.
dual.
It's yeah, there. It's
Yeah,
yeah, it's it's like
yeah.
same platform, really.
And so it was for basically pilots to apply for leave.
Oh, neat.
And they have 5 weeks to apply. 5 weeks a year to apply for leave. You know what leave is?
Like
Holidays.
yeah,
Holidays.
yes, yes,
We call it leave. I
yeah.
don't know.
No,
Have is it?
that's good. Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. And so he had to, like basically a guy would log in, it would tell him how many weeks it was. He'd pick, because you have to pick a week block each time. And he made, and he like, and his, yeah, he built it. It took him a month because he didn't know how to build
Not,
an app.
not
So he had to
bad.
learn.
Yeah, from going from zero and building an
Yeah.
app in a month's not bad. Well, it tells you.
And
Yeah. Go ahead.
sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say, and he built an app for his app to do with the leave balances or something like that as well. It was like he was explaining it to me. I have no idea what he's talking about. I don't know anything, but I just look interested because I was really happy for him that he did it. But it was like you could speak to me in another language and I would have been just as happy for you.
That's great, though. I mean, that really shows. And was he not a developer before this? Was this the
No,
first time he's even
he
tried
likes
to?
Yeah, no, he likes computers,
Uh-huh.
and okay, so he's good at computers. Like basically, when the computer breaks, he goes away for like 4 or 5 days. The computer always breaks on day one, and my children are told there's no computer till Dad gets home.
All right.
Having said that, nowadays he can remote in.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, so he knows a lot about computers. And he always helps with his work with the IT stuff, even though he's not an IT guy. And they even had people who do apps for a job come in because Paul was like, oh, I won't to finish it, and it was like, and so they had people come in, and the guy was like, oh yeah, we don't really use the software, but yeah, what you've done is really good. The hardest part is the last part, probably, the fiddly bits, and they didn't help at all, and that's their job. But yeah, so he did an amazing job. He's so awesome. But yeah, and I don't understand anything.
Well, that's interesting that to see to hear a story about someone who having a base understanding of computers and is very important, particularly the part about, well, what that gives you is no fear. Anyone
Yeah.
who, if you don't really enjoy computers, then of the people that I see, starting with my own parents, for example, there's just this shell of a fear around them anytime they go to approach a computer,
Yeah.
of what they're doing and what it's trying to tell them. And whereas the people that have no fear of computers, who are very, very familiar with them, you just look at it and you just look at it and say, well, what is it telling me? I'm always
Yeah.
I say that because I constantly say to my mother or my uncle, what is it saying? Just read what it says. Don't be
Yeah.
afraid, right?
Yeah.
We have to get through this. So you start with that, and then you say, look, I'm just going to go learn how to uh, uh, create tools for this thing based on the way that its instruction set. What can I use to speak to this thing? And
Yeah.
if today you can spend no more than a month, if you're comfortable with computers and you're past that stage as a person, and it only takes you a month to actually build an app. That's pretty amazing. That's come miles away from where we
I'll tell
were
you what though.
decades ago.
He had to watch so many videos on.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
Like the people, we are so thankful. Well, he is. So thankful to the guys who build apps and they make videos on how to build apps.
Yeah,
And he
sure.
would just watch YouTube on like 4 times speed, or
Yeah,
something like
right.
that.
Me too.
'Cause
Yeah,
you
always
know what? So good on
super high.
everybody who puts on, and even I mean, like I don't work on a computer, but I've had to fix my dishwasher, and guys have put on videos on how to fix your dishwasher, and I've done it myself. But so like I know YouTube is censorious, but it's also got amazing people who have like put so many cool things on there to instruct you how to do stuff.
Yeah, it's you're absolutely right. I don't know where I would be without YouTube anymore, with
Mm.
the instructional information and the news and I watch on average at least one technology video per day at minimum,
Oh yeah.
right?
Why?
Yeah.
Just to keep
Why?
up? To keep up?
Well, my background was IT and development, high-end IT for, oh boy, almost 20 years. And I started in computers when I was about 11 in the early 80s, and I started after getting past the video game stage, I started hacking video games, and then I started and then I started collecting, and then I joined a group of punks, and
Yeah.
we would just we would hack video games and trade video games, and then I learned how to, and then I started coding at about the age of 11 or 12, and
Yeah.
then the first big application I wrote was a database to track all the video games I was hacking and collecting. Oh yeah, and that was
awesome.
it was awesome, and that was the fun thing.
You were really at the
Yeah.
wild frontier, weren't you?
Oh, it was a blast. Oh yeah, I had a 300 baud modem way back in the day, and then I moved to a 1200 baud modem. I did literally hack into a few BBSs. BBSs predate the internet that we know of, but you dial in on a telephone line and call.
Oh yeah.
Right? Remember all that?
Hey,
Call
I
in.
watched WizKids.
Yeah.
WizKids.
Yeah, so there you call into another phone line, and there would be a BBS, a bulletin board system, and it was usually it was text based. I don't recall any. I don't recall. Well, when I was doing it, none of these were graphics based, unless they made graphics with text characters. But yeah, it was all text. And I did, as they say, quote, hack into some, and that's a matter of getting, usually you consider you hacked into something if you track down a phone number that wasn't listed, and you somehow figured that out. You call that a legitimate hack. And then if you get into it somehow, usually based on somehow getting lucky and guessing the password and the username and password combination to get in. And I did actually do this, as I recall, I think it was twice in total in my life that I got into a place that I wasn't, I didn't belong.
Yeah.
And
Man,
so that was pretty
must have
cool.
sent
Yeah.
the adrenaline. Was the
Yeah. Well,
adrenaline rushing through you?
it was not at the, I was a teenager, so no, it was more like you're
Oh.
living the movie War Games for real.
Yeah,
That's what it was.
yeah.
Yeah, to me it was. I wasn't afraid that they're going. I knew they couldn't track me down. Like they're not going. They don't know who the hell I am. They're not.
Yeah.
And I'm not doing anything malicious. I remember one of the sites for sure. I got into. I'm looking around and going, there's just nothing here. It was some industrial site. It was garbage. It was just nothing here. This is not even
Wow.
fun, right?
That is very cool.
But the whole thing about creating hacking games was fun, and that was more fun than playing the games. So we would spend our time cracking games, and then I was working on my database, and my database had a beautiful printout on the Commodore 64, and it had beautiful, it had beautiful screen printout and beautiful printouts on the paper printouts with pages and organization, and it was just I loved it so much, and that was and so development came out of that. I mean, what would have been probably better for me is if I'd gotten into trying to develop a game, because game developers, generally speaking, in my opinion, are the best developers there are. The kinds of things you have to deal with in learning how to develop a game are just, you can apply that to just about anything, anywhere. Everything else is almost, subservient to what you have to learn as a game developer. And I never did that, so that's where I kind of screwed up. That would have been slick. But the thing is to see that today we've come so far that you can watch a whole bunch of YouTube videos. You take a person who's comfortable with computers, and watch a whole bunch of YouTube videos. Very fair, but that's all you have to do. And with the tool sets that we have, that probably, I imagine he didn't have to pay even a dollar for it. It was all free. I'm almost certain. Compilers are free, and really good workbenches are free.
I don't know what those words mean. You need to explain. I need a glossary of terms.
Well, it's so let's say you've got a development environment. I said the word workbench, but let's call it a development environment. It's like if you walked into somebody's garage where they're building stuff, and they've got a giant tables, physical tables where they put stuff like gears and whatever else, and they're going to assemble these things.
Yeah.
Software development is similar. You're going to have a giant screen on your. You're going to be looking at a giant screen with all kinds of different separate files, and each file has a purpose in your project, and ultimately you have a compiler, and the compiler basically grabs all these files, and that's going to be described in let's call it a manifest that says these are all the pieces that you need to your project, and it's going to you write these things in human readable context, words and commands, right? Yeah. And it's going to smash that down into a fraction of its size into machine code, basically, that the machine can actually run. The machine actually doesn't run what you write. Well, I mean, let's say I'm getting into an interpreter versus compiled code. So now I'm getting off the beaten path here. I'm going to make this more confusing. Let's say in the old days.
Real basic for Carla. Real basic.
We'll go back to the old days and say that if you write a code that you can read as a human can read, the computer cannot read that. And so it smashes it condenses that down into, if you tell the computer go print something on the screen, and this takes 100 characters on the screen for you, Carla, to read that, the computer doesn't need 100 characters to know what to do there. The computer only needs a handful of characters.
Oh yeah.
The compiler turns what Carla reads into what the computer reads, and
the translator.
Yeah. But now moving forward in the future, computers are much more complex, and we do actually have languages that technically aren't really compiled, and things like the .NET framework is kind of pseudo compiled, but the original code is still actually there. If you pull up a decompiler, you can read it. Then there's things like completely interpretive languages like Python, for example, which can or cannot be compiled. You could just run it. Yeah, you can.
It's a game, isn't it?
Python is a great language. It's the one that most people recommend if you're brand new at coding, to just go.
Oh, really? That's interesting, because I've got a 12-year-old who wants to learn to code.
Yeah.
And everybody says C++ or something like that. And I keep asking people, I'm like, Are you doing coding? What are you doing? What are you doing? Just because you know why? This is him. Because his dad did it, he wants to do it.
That's a good way. I mean, that's good motivation right there.
Mm. And he's detail. My dad, Paul, he's detail oriented, and so is my son as well. Well, one of my sons.
I didn't know my own father.
Oh, good night, Sashi. Sorry.
I know Sashi left a message for me, which I read a few times. I couldn't quite figure it out, so I have to ask her when she gets back what she meant by that. Going through with the AFC server, it's very old, and I had to figure out which gods to offer sacrifices to. I'm not sure what he was talking about there. So
yeah, sounds like a computer.
Yeah, right. Antiderivative. So Jill, I'm sure, knows Python. If Python is cute, you have to worry about much of it. Python is a really interesting language, which, by the way, is ironically named after Monty Python, the developer.
Oh, no way!
Yeah, the developer is such a fan of Monty Python, which
Wow.
I thought was odd because really, when you look at what Python is as a language, it's an extremely versatile language. I mean, it's so versatile. It's like having a Ginsu knife with no handle. You can do a lot. You can do a lot of things with it, including cut your fingers off.
Yeah.
And it's fascinating in that way how versatile it really is. But so I thought it was Python because it's a snake and it can just be like a chameleon or something. But no, the guy named it after Monty Python. So that's cool. Yeah, but it's a great language. Highly recommended. And I don't know. I've never written an app for the phones. So I don't really know what language you use for that. Maybe you can use Python, and maybe it's something dedicated. I just don't even know. Maybe Jill knows. But yeah, if your son is motivated because of your dad, you know what? There are a few more important skills that a child can learn these days than software coding for the future that they're going to live in. I mean, there is almost nothing more important than that right now. Even if you don't become a software developer, it doesn't matter. Your understanding as a child of how the computer works at its fundamental core level, how to think like the processor, is going to help them in everything they do for the rest of eternity. This is just so critical. And you can see that. I can see that in the people that do understand this stuff from the people that don't, and just in speaking with them and understanding, how they look at the world and where do they see things are going. And when you read things about people talking about the future of technology and such, it even blows my mind to listen to people on TED Talks and people that are much smarter than I do. I have a handle on what they're getting at, but these guys are way beyond my pay grade, and I just think to myself, man, I'm glad I at least have a cursory understanding of where you're going, and it's
Paul's like that too, I think. Well, he wouldn't know as much as you do, but he had a steep learning curve, and like he had multiple overnighters, just or whatever you call those things, just working through the stuff to get it at a deadline because he's just he just you have to be such attention to detail because it really matters when you're doing that sort of stuff.
Coding, software coding. Yeah. Well, as they say, the computer only does what you tell it to do, and then it does generally exactly what you tell it to do. And if you tell it to do it wrong, guess what?
Yeah. Garbage in, garbage out. I know that. I remember that from third form.
Yeah. So it's neat to hear that story though. I've always thought there's a few apps that I've got on my wish list that I'd like to build for myself. So it's encouraging to hear that it really doesn't take that very long. I've never even looked into it. There's just always so many. There's another.
Yeah, he did do forms. Remember, he did do forms. He did, and he did like the first. So I think. I mean, I don't know if they're related at all. And he also did the flow. Like he would have to do the flow for the forms.
Like a
and
lot.
He was building. So he I'm not saying that was his first app he built, but I'm saying it was a massive undertaking having to do that. An app that did that. Like it wasn't just a form; it was actual using information from a source like their leave balance and using dates like applying for the week. It was just huge.
Oh, certainly, yeah, right. You've got the aspect of building what you see on the screen, and then the whole logic behind it. And the logic is usually where people get hung up and get screwed up.
Mm.
That's the trick. That's the part that I think is the most important element of of having your kids learn this at a youthful age. I know that that's what helped me, is that I'd started so young, and I started.
Mm.
You're automatically. I mean, when I started, you're automatically forced into logic and understanding logic at a very early age. I do think that it affects your brain and at such an early age of development. That's critical. It just makes it easier as you get right,
Okay.
as you
That's
get
cool.
right, as you continue to grow as a human. You have those pathways built in your brain about how all that works, and you're thinking about it. Then you're just going to get better and better and better. Um, by the time I was in, it was my senior year. It was either my senior year or my junior year that they finally offered in high school, that they finally offered computer science for the first time.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I took it, and a few of my geeky friends took it.
Mm.
And it was the teacher the teacher that taught it. I think he had some other math classes that he taught as well, but he was not so adept at computers, whereas
Yes.
me and my friends were hacking games. and
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
he hated us.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
would go I would go in, and he would give us a 1 week assignment. I'd finish
Mm.
it by the end of the first day, turn it in.
Yeah.
It was perfect. And he
Yeah.
hated me. He absolutely
Yeah.
I got an A the whole time,
Yeah.
but because he couldn't.
Reluctant,
What can you
right?
do? You have to get all the answers right. You turn in all the homework
Yeah.
perfectly. You have to give the student an A, but he despised us.
Yeah.
It was not just me, but other
That's
kids that
just
I knew,
great
other
though.
kids, yeah, that I didn't know. um, and that was the thing, is that we had all of us had if he had started, even if he had been starting at the same time as we did, let's say 3 to 4 years prior to that, it was growing inside of us, as kids. So
Mm.
we were under development.
Yeah.
You know what I mean. And he
Yes.
was just an adult,
Yes.
getting older. So we
Yeah.
were latching onto these concepts a lot faster
Quick.
than he was.
Quickly. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, and this thing is my husband did like I think computers at uni, and he would be there till like midnight sort of thing doing stuff and coming home from the city really late, and so his mum bought him a Macintosh or whatever that old Mac that they all learnt on.
Nice.
Yeah, many years ago, just because he was coming home so like I think he just loved it.
Yeah, it can be programming can really be an addictive thing.
Mm.
And especially in when I was growing up. I mean, that was it was more than a hobby for a lot of us. We were really pretty hooked on.
Mm.
Yeah. But back then, of course, we were fantasizing with it too.
Mm.
Programming computers it allowed you to be in the Star Wars universe in your head, the Star Trek universe in your head, because we saw that's
Yes.
right. This is
Yes.
where it's going. Today, it's a
Yeah.
lot. We didn't have cell phone. Today, it's probably not nearly the allure is just not there, because we've got
Yeah.
incredible device right in your hand.
Yes, you're right. You're right. Yeah.
Back then there was a lot of fantasy going on, but still I think that there's a lot of satisfaction when you're coding, when you build something, and especially the logic part of it. The graphic design and the forms you're talking about, that's all pretty and nice and
Mm.
artistic, or can be. You can feel artistic when you're building it, but when you get the logic right, when you pull pieces of information as you're talking about from different data sources, coagulate it accordingly, and
Yes.
check date information, and then
Yeah.
sort the information accordingly, show it the way you want. When you
Mm.
get the computer to do what you want it to do, and
Mm.
because you gave it every little instruction step of the way,
Mm.
there's
Oh yeah.
there's an empowerment that you get that is
Of
just a
course.
rush. Yeah.
Yeah. And my
So
husband's always saying like he's always amazed at what stuff can do. And like
yeah.
he tries to tell me gigabytes or all this like, the voodoo language associated with computers, but I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't know anything. And he always has to say, okay, it's this much faster than that. That's all he gets. That's the only thing I can understand. is how much bigger something is or how much faster it is. Numbers mean nothing to me.
Right. Yeah, sure. That's fair. You should
Mm.
try it sometime. Maybe you'd like it. There's obviously you can see there's a bit of a hurdle in learning curve, but once you get past that first stage, a lot of your fear will be out the window, and then you'll ask yourself, well, what do I want? That's an interesting thing about developers. Every developer I've ever known has got a laundry list of stuff that they
Yeah.
want to build for themselves, and just
Yeah.
not enough time to get to it. I do too. I've
No.
always had a list of stuff they get to. I still do. Right now it's like work. It's like the work I'm doing. I'm constantly writing new automation, and a lot of the work I do right now for the particular code that I work on is done in just script. So it's fast. I can write it, test it, write test instead of having
Cool.
instead of having to compile it, whatever. But there's so much stuff that I constantly I'll be working on something, and I'll think to myself, God, I hate the way this worked. I'm so tired of this.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it's going to take me 4 hours to build,
Mm.
test, and publish something that works better. So I don't have that 4 hours, so I keep a notepad
Oh,
journal
cool.
of stuff that I want to write, upgrades to existing things. And over time, I just constantly upgrade something. And every time I write an upgrade to something, it just makes my life easier, and it makes you feel good, and it makes you feel like you're getting something done.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's empowering. Give it a shot.
Yeah, I see. I mean, you can say that, but I'm just not a sit down person. If something goes wrong, I'll just walk away. But
Have your husband do it.
my husband's real attention to detail. Everything is not done fast because you have to do it right. And to me, my priority is more like I want to make because I take a lot over the years. We've had video cameras and stuff like that. I've taken a lot of videos, and I would like to I'd rather make a family video album or something. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's cool. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's cool.
that's
Well,
my goal.
that's
I want
cool.
to do that.
Absolutely. Well, then
Yeah.
there's a lot of, you've got a lot of skill to know about how to do that stuff. These cameras are getting pretty damn complicated, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, so that's that to me. I'm just saying, if I had to sit at the computer and do something, that's what I would do. But like, so I'm always streaming on a phone rather than a computer because I just don't have a place to sit down and do that sort of thing because I have a lot of teenagers.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that
Mm.
I can appreciate that, and I don't have that experience like you, so I just
Yeah,
have to
it just
listen. Yeah, listen, live through your experiences vicariously.
yeah.
Jill
Yes,
said,
well, I have a lot of experience.
yeah. Jill says, I don't even really want to program anymore, but I need to make myself a website. So it's definitely that old line. Just when I thought I was out, just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in. Hey, Eugene Bird is here. Right on. Says, can you see this? Can you see
Yeah,
this,
I can.
Carla?
I
You want
mostly
read?
write data. I don't even know what that is. A data loading application, but I write enterprise application templates. An entire app out of the box with UI and C. Well, I don't know what that.
C
You have to
sharp.
read
It's
this.
a
He's not even talking English anymore.
Okay, I'll read Eugene Bird stuff. You read Jill stuff. So
Okay.
Jill said, we already read Jill stuff. So yeah, Jill. That's a funny thing from Jill said. Eugene says, I mostly write data loading applications, but I write enterprise application templates, an entire app out of the box with UI in C sharp that others can use, so they don't have to write the boring parts of the API. Oh yeah, wow, and the UI. Yeah, Eugene Bird is an enterprise architect. That's his title, at least. I've seen that somewhere on maybe his profile.
I don't even know what that is.
It's like high up there. It's
Okay.
you don't enterprise architect is you don't walk out of college being an enterprise architect. You work toward that. So so basically the knowledge, the stuff that Eugene is working on is stuff that other people will then use below him in skill sets that have not achieved that.
So it takes more than a month to learn his stuff.
Years, yeah, years, career level. It's architect is a career level achievement, really.
Okay.
And I mean, he is most certainly well beyond the skill level that I ever achieved myself in coding, without a doubt. I worked with architects in the company I work for, which I've been very pointedly trying to avoid saying on live stream. I just don't want people to ask me about it. I just don't want to spend time on that. But I've worked in one of the top 5 largest companies in the world was where I spent most of my career. And I worked with.
You worked for Disney, eh? Oh.
It was not. No, it's not Disney. No. I didn't work at Disney. No, I will definitely. Although before they wrecked Star Wars, I would have loved to work there because I've been there many times and it was fun. But I hate that company now. They've ruined the world for me.
I can read Jill's chat.
There you go.
LOL. And then you can read Eugene's.
So Eugene says, I hope we don't get Star Trek computers before we retire. I need the wait. I hope we don't get Star Trek. Oh, right. So he's saying, I hope we don't get Star Trek computers before we retire. I need the work. And what he's saying is, and then he says, don't say that. Coding skill doesn't matter. It's what you achieve in functionality. Well, yeah, that's true. But if you don't have the coding skill, how can you achieve the functionality, right?
Or even understand what you could achieve in the first place.
There you go, right?
Yeah.
What do I code in, William? I didn't say, Eugene. Mostly right now, the code for myself for my own tools I'll usually build in C#, and I've been playing around a lot with Python, and I really want to spend more time in that. I just haven't had the time to build a project, and I don't. The work that I do for my little business that I have is actually mostly in NT Shell, which sounds like it's insane, but NT Shell actually has a very strong language behind it. It's cryptic as all hell, which kind of makes it fun, but it is all object oriented, and it's pretty bulletproof for what it is, and it's just fast. And I've been lazing. Look, there's a saying I loved from the guys that the developers I worked with at my company, when I was in the corporate world. The best developers are the laziest bastards in the world.
Why?
Because they don't want to do anything twice.
Oh, yeah.
So they build it right. They build it right the first time.
Yeah.
And I always love that. I mean, and it's actually not really true. It's more like
of course not.
Right. Usually they actually build crap and they just ship it to get ahead of your competitors and let work out the bugs in the post, and it's kind of screwed for the world. But anyway, I wanted to get back to one thing that Eugene said, because it was funny. I hope we don't get Star Trek computers before we retire. I need the work. Do you know what he's talking about?
No.
AI.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it's serious. It's very serious. There's already lots of discussion going on about how the end of development is near. That's what they're saying. And I mean, they've been saying this for about a year. Well, I mean, they've been saying it for a long time, but it's all been a bunch of bullshit. But even as recently as last summer, this theory has been coming around. Well, now it's actually starting to look fairly realistic, and I sit there and I say to myself, well, at a certain scale we can see that happening. Someday your husband won't need to write an app because he can literally tell ChatGPT or whatever
actually he did use that. He used it, but
well, there you go. Partially to get
it would be wrong. It would be wrong. Maybe
that's today, right? Fortunately, So, which is good because it allows him to learn. Because here's the problem: today it's wrong, but it's getting better. Yesterday it didn't exist. Today it does exist. And it's wrong. Tomorrow it won't be wrong, and society, I'm afraid, is going to go backwards. We're going to be right. We're going to be living in idiocracy before we know it. The movie Idiocracy.
You know what? The schools are already producing Idiocracy, right?
They don't totally.
Because when I see what my kids, like seriously, I do hardly any schoolwork with my kids because I'm always like talking or going out.
You're with us.
We do social. I know. I just take them to as many activities or social things that they can because why not, right? And one spends ridiculous amounts of time on the piano and
Oh,
like
nice.
obsessing about musicals. But anyway, and then they like do these tests and they do really well in them, and they've done no study for it at all, because I said to my kids, we are very language. Our household obviously is a very language based household. We talk a lot, we discuss topics a lot, we discuss storylines of movies and TV shows. We say why this works, why this doesn't work, why is that funny, why, we just do that all the time, much to their disgust. But and their dad is good at math, so I'm like, sit there with your dad and do this math when it's hard. But and they just pass what they sit, because that we live it.
Right. Yeah.
Did you read what Jill said? She's doing her video, and I'm gonna. Oh, come on. But yeah, so anyway, no, I mean we do schoolwork. There is set work, but we don't do the New Zealand curriculum. So we do American stuff.
Oh,
And
wow. Huh.
we're not caught. We actually do the basics rather than all the other, because we're going out all the time doing activities. But yeah, we do the basics, and that's all they need, really. Andrew Derivative Jill says, thanks, Carla. It's easy but tedious work. Listening to you and William is making it more bearable. And this is my warning. And Eugene says something later on, that's your job. Oh yeah, my phone has a lot of alarms on it, so if I just jump off, it's because we're screwed.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
Well,
I don't. So sorry in advance, everybody.
yeah, and if Carla jumps off, so am I, because I'm not going to run this as a one-man pony. One-man show. I'm not that talented.
Uh-huh.
That was a
Yeah.
sweet comment from Jill, by the way, to say that listening to us is not
Oh.
scratching her ears out, but in fact it's helping her work, so that's good.
Yeah, but Eugene said above that, he said he doesn't think it can replace you.
Yeah, I hope I hope so, and certainly the current iteration that we have does not show signs that it can. The fear that I have is that, like I said, we'll go back to in January of 2024. In January of 2023 is when I first heard about ChatGPT, and as soon as I did, it was like you hear the record coming across the track, and everything stops, and I thought, what is this? And as soon as I looked into it, I thought, we're fucked. Oh boy, this is for real. This is for me. I've been checking myself, going, is this for real or what? And then and then we went through phases of, and so before that, so it's kind of like, before that, most of the world didn't know. ChatGPT 3.5, which is where things really changed, debuted in, I think it was November of 2022, and it just quietly came out, and it was a couple months later that bam, it hit the headlines that it has arrived. It has arrived. Before, and the thing had been in progress since 2016 or something like that. I mean, Elon Musk is one of the originators behind OpenAI, the company that built ChatGPT, and Google is behind all this too, way back then. And it was just slowly building, and it sucked, and it continued to suck, and it had very minute progress. Well, guess what? Everything finally, hit that event horizon that it can't look back now, and now it's like accelerating. And my fear is that this thing is going so fast. I mean, it's come so.
Do you think is it exponential? Is it exponential, or is it linear?
I think it's very exponential.
Oh,
I mean,
wow.
This thing came from being first just text-based to now multimodal. It just seemed like overnight. Before, it's all text-based, and pretty soon we've got this other model that's doing video, and this other model that's doing other models are doing photos, and then we got video models that are coming out, and they suck. But hey, this was 2 years ago. This didn't exist. This is just like Star Wars Day in what was it, May 24th, 1977, whatever the day that Star Wars came out. The world was different before Star Wars arrived. It was just different, and people looked at the world differently.
You're right.
And after that,
Star Trek.
the world changed.
And Star Trek too, though.
Yeah, that's right. No, you're right. Absolutely. And so this is just another one of those epoch events. Is that right? Epoch.
Yes, yeah. You're probably right.
This
Can
is
you
another one.
explain? Okay, sorry. Can you explain what Elon Musk has announced about Grok 2? Like he talked about a whole lot of computers or something like that, and I don't understand. So can you explain? Pretend you're explaining to a dull-witted woman.
I did not read. I know that I saw the announcement. I did not read it because I was not impressed with Grok 1. So I'm gonna see if I'm gonna let Eugene and Jill say if they have any comment they want to give about that. That's brief. Go right ahead, guys. I don't know what the magic is behind Grok 2 just yet. I don't doubt that
Something
got
about
potential.
16. I think the number was like 16 somethings. Some CPUs. I don't know.
It sounds like he's talking about how many processors he's using
Yes.
for it to process and do its work. So it sounds like that was. Let's see if Eugene has something here. Let's see if here. Let's catch up on the chat for a second. Eugene asked you a question? Do you make students play the C.F. Hannon exercises, Carla?
No, they just have a teacher. They just have a music teacher who has taught all of my children. So she's taught all 8, and she lets them like sort of. She wants to find out their interests. So I said, you know what, my kids really love Disney movies and just movies and stuff. So she got Disney songbooks, and they learn Disney songs, or like some of my kids learn Pirates of the Caribbean. Some of them learn Princess and the Frog music, and
I love that. That's one of my favorite. That's a great music. It's got great music in that.
Which one?
Princess and the Frog.
Oh yeah. That, on the other side, that's what one of them is learning at the moment. Friends on the Other Side, and he learned to sing, a Hunchback of Notre Dame song, but I'm not sure which one it was because I don't know. So I am not into music. I do not have one piece of music on my phone except a bubble song for my toddler grandson. I just don't like music. And no, having said that, I don't like the right music that you can play when you have 8 kids. So I just don't listen to any music.
Wow.
Yeah. And so these children are all learning songs. Yeah, so that's what they do. Sorry, that's really long. But I don't do the grades. I always thought I can't imagine anything worse than having to sit grades and playing the same thing all the time just to pass a grade. Stuff that for a joke. So they've all just learnt what they want.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, some play jazz piano, some play Downton Abbey, some play musicals. Just the whole lot of he's got them on his channel, his Chicago music and all this other. They all have their different things they love doing. So I'll let them.
Absolutely, yeah. Let them find what there's so many types of music because we create we have a lot of different tastes. That's awesome. I think it's fair enough that they all find what they and work on what they gravitate to.
Yeah,
that's kind of even their motivation, right? My mother raised me on musicals. It was the only thing we could afford as entertainment, and it was at we would go to a local high school.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there was a high school, like high school theater troops in the city that would always perform at Jordan High School in Southern California. Yeah, and so we would go there, and the tickets were inexpensive. We still sat in the balcony, but I got to see all these musicals growing up, and at the time, as a little kid, it was just you were just something to do. It was at least something to do with my mom, and we didn't. That was the entertainment we had. But it was you'd still be fidgety and sometimes bored and whatever.
Yeah.
Well, the weird thing is that I'm such a musical hound now. I'm absolutely I mean, I have hundreds and hundreds of CDs of musicals, multiple musicals of certain of my favorite ones. I'll have I think there's at least one musical I have at least six different variations of. Musicals I have in different languages.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to be a patron of the local theater in Seattle, the off
Yeah.
Broadway Fifth Avenue Theater. Yeah, where you'd spend like $150 a year as to be a patron. In addition to having I would buy a season ticket orchestra seat.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, and then being a patron meant that for every show you get to go for one of the rehearsal nights.
Mm.
And then so well, I was like usually like a Wednesday or Thursday night they'd be running a rehearsal before the run of the show started, and so you get to see them rehearsing for about 2 hours, and then we have a discussion with the manager of the theater. Would discuss the background of the musical and whatnot.
Wow.
And then we'd have a Saturday afternoon where or Saturday morning, which we get to go during the run of the show, where we'd show up and there would be free coffee and donuts, and then we get to go behind on the stage and under the theater to go see all the props and everything. And
Yeah.
that's what you get for being a patron there. And I did that for many years. And I mean, I would just go because it would just get me all emotional, and I'd really get choked up watching these musicals all the time. So
Wow.
love that. And all of that coming from, I think, the exposure as a kid.
Mm.
So
See, I can't stand. I don't mind musicals that are like Oklahoma, where they talk and they sing. But I was like, I had to because my kids are in all the musicals, and sometimes they're doing lighting, sometimes they're doing the sound, sometimes they're and they help set up everything and stuff, and sometimes they're in the plays. And I went to no, I didn't go to the play. I watched they what's Penzance? What's Pirates of Penzance?
right, Pirates of Penzance and Gilbert and Sullivan.
Yeah. I started watching that, and I was like, I might have watched it a bit on fast, but it was like 15 minutes in, and they were still singing, and I was like, I can't watch this. They're spending the entire time singing. So that is how, what do you call it, uncultured color.
Yeah, I love and Gilbert and Sullivan's work is really in the crossover area where they were coming from opera actually, and it's still they're the first quasi musicals that kind of are considered musicals, just barely, because they're almost more operatic than they are musical. But I love
Yeah.
it too, yeah.
I actually, yeah, I just couldn't handle them not talking because maybe because I'm a talker, and I mean I love talk, like what do you call it, audio programs where they have jokes, radio shows. I love radio shows because they're all talking and they're laughing and stuff like that, whereas they were just singing the whole time.
And
I'm a
so
bad person. I'm such a
no,
bad...
it's okay. Have you happened to, and we're getting off top. I suddenly derailed the topic because actually there's
Sorry.
stuff I want to talk about. No, I'm the one who did it. There's stuff that Eugene
Oh
has been
no, how dare
posting.
us have a conversation.
Yeah, what? Yeah. But there's stuff that Eugene Bird has been posting that I meant to go back and talk to, but that was before I derailed the whole conversation into music and musicals, or I mean, I was asking you, and then we get into music, and here we are. Now we're talking about pretty soon it's world events. Have you ever seen the musical of Les Miserables?
No, I haven't, because were you on the stream
Talking.
when I was saying the other day that I listened to the book? Oh, no. So yesterday I was saying I've listened to the book, and it was so traumatizing for me that it took me months to just months to get over the part of her taking her teeth out, getting her teeth pulled, and and it took me months and months and months to not like get really upset about it, and basically in the end I had to justify to myself that that was poor writing on his part, because the people asked for $40, the same, and that's exactly the same amount the man was offering for the teeth, and that's really the only way I could get over it. So
Wow.
and I decided I don't think I could, and I wept and wept and wept at the end of the book. I just cried so much.
Yeah. Well,
But I decided I couldn't watch the movie because, like, would I be re-traumatized again?
I haven't even watched the movie, which is a crime because I've got it on Blu-ray. And
Yeah.
but the thing is I've
Listen
watched.
to the book first.
Well, so was going to say is yeah, I will. I do need to do that. And I think after
Yeah.
you were talking about how difficult it is to read,
Mm.
and I do want to do that. I do want to do that because I think that might be easier for me because I know it's a thick book, and I've seen it.
I could
And
probably send it. You know what? It might even be on YouTube, but I can probably send it to you. Oh, you probably
the
can't.
audio. Oh, I can get it here at the library. I'm sure.
And I'm just telling you this. Fast forward through, because he goes on these massive. You think our musical tangent was a tangent? The stuff he talks about is ridiculous. He talks, although having said that, you may like it because someone else really loved it. But he talks about basically the shipbuilding in that time
Yeah.
and the armies and
Yeah.
me being ignorant, I was like, I only want to know what the story is, thank you. But my pastor's like, I really love the bits about the shipbuilding.
Yeah, that is a good point. I've read about things like rope beaters and things like that. And when I remember reading about that particular one, just stands out. When you were talking about that the other night, it reminded me of reading about rope beaters. And I thought, I thought that is just so fascinating. All these careers that are long gone, they're never coming back. And you know, something of an old age. And just reading about these things are fascinating. It reminds me of also of a book that I read about Shakespeare's his um, objects that they'd found when they were, I guess, unearthing the Globe Theater again recently. They found a bunch of objects, and they wrote a whole book about them with pictures and these things. I don't know, there's about 25 of these objects, and so each chapter was pretty much dedicated to one object, and they talk about this thing in just excruciating detail.
Yeah.
And I was just riveted watching this thing. And
well, you may like the entire book then. I just
so
you may it's like that'll be 40 hours for you.
yeah. Maybe I'll give it a shot on that basis alone. I think I'd be interested. But the story,
it's so beautiful.
And the thing I was getting at, if asking if you've seen the musical, is that there's no. I was just kind of a little bit of in jest because there's no talking in this, and there's a song
I didn't know that.
There's no talking, and there's in fact a song that's joking about there's no talking, and that song is a musical called Something Rotten, which is all about William Shakespeare, which is also one of my favorite musicals of all time, and it's a comedy and it's hilarious. And he talks about in Les Miserables, there's no talking. And the guy's like, there's no talking. That's right. There is no talking at all. But what do they do when they want to say something? They just change their voice in another tone as if they're talking in another manner. And it's
That's
he
awesome.
says, and the guy says,
I would watch that.
The guy says, the guy says, it sounds awful. It's actually called Les Miserables. And
for a reason.
it's funny. So there's no talking in it. So I was saying that in jest. But I tell you, you are not human if you don't walk out of this musical in absolute tears. Just absolute tears.
Well,
and for that reason,
read the book, you'll be crying.
Well, yeah, the book is one thing, but the musical will take you through the whole story in about 3 hours, and the music and the drama will just suck you into the abyss. And it's therapy. You know, it's like a good therapy. I go alone because I don't want to be around people seeing me looking like that. You know, I turn into a complete mess when I go to that musical, and I've seen it at least a half a dozen times. And you got to go see it with.
Goodness.
That's nothing. That there are people that are lifers that'll go, every year and frequently to. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I said yes.
Yeah. There are people that are just go, regularly, just constantly, I mean, almost. I mean, in my opinion, almost like a therapy session, because you can go in there feeling one way and you'll come out completely. Forgetting what was on your mind, and this thing is just absorbing you, and it's almost cleansing. But the story, the music, and everything will just get you really caught up, and you'll get through the whole thing. And the music is so beautiful. So the thing is I have not watched the film because I've seen off-Broadway casts at least 6 times. They're so good that I know that the film is just not going to live up to my expectation of it, right? It just won't. And if you really wanted to experience the show on video, You can watch the 10th anniversary or the 25th anniversary live concerts. Both of those are on Blu-ray and DVD.
I have a DVD of it. I
Yeah,
have to go find it.
either one of those will be fine, and either one of those will be effective enough to get you through a really good rendition of that play.
I'll send you a photo of my DVD later.
Okay.
And then you tell me, like, oh yeah, that's lame, or oh yeah, that's okay.
Sure.
Eugene Bird has been typing a lot.
Right. Yeah. Let's go through. I know we're these guys. This sucks. I hate ignoring the chat. So where are we? We're
up to the piano thing
we're way up there at the piano thing. We've got a whole bunch of stuff about AI. All right. That's going to take over the world and ruin everything. We know that's true. No, it's not. Eugene is really trying to dispel some of the fear of that, and he's legitimate in that. So, and reading this, going, okay, I can talk about this. We've got the AI thing we can go back to. We've also got some people are talking about the musicals and Les Miserables. What do you want to talk? Where do you want to go with this?
We can talk about music. We probably talked about scary
stuff enough.
Yeah, and I don't know how long I've got before my first alarm goes off. So
I'll make one.
I love Disney songs.
I'll make one comment about the AI stuff, and we'll get off of the thing for a second.
Okay.
We'll get off the thing for the night. Just right. Yeah. Eugene does make one good point that he says that the problem with GPT, the Chat GPT, is that it's a next word predictor. It cannot come up with anything new. I'm going to put an extra point on that. Chat GPT. Let's say that it can't really invent anything new, at least so far, not really. It does seem to be changing a little bit. There's apparently a lot of they're having it write its own research papers and coming up with new stuff. So we're going to have to put an asterisk by that, which is a little bit scary. Yeah, but we got, I don't think the world is dramatically going to change in our lifetime, but I have to be hopeful in it. Otherwise, it's despair.
Yes, you're right. That's a good point.
Yeah. So let's
playing music as the Titanic goes down.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, might as well go for that. That's all we got left. Let's see. Eugene says, I understand Carla went to watch Les Miserables with his daughter, and we were surprised by Hugh Jackman singing. Not what he was expecting. Hugh Jackman was a musical singer, I believe, before he got into Hollywood. He might have done some Hollywood first, but he's actually rather famous. He's famous for doing. You maybe even know this better than I do. He was famous for doing Oklahoma, being the lead role in Oklahoma.
Oh, that's right, and that's when he applied for his Wolverine. When he applied for Wolverine, he was curly while he did that. He said he did the audition with a cap on because they said take the cap off, and his hair was all curly. Put the cap back on.
And he was also very skinny. He was still weightlifting and doing all kinds of. They had to apparently have padding for him because he wasn't bulked up enough during the early filming. Yeah, of the first X-Men, he wasn't quite bulked up enough, and only toward the end of it, so they had to have fake padding on him. And apparently, he's a skinny kid, skinny guy. But yeah, he was a big musicals guy before Les Miserables. But if I'm also not Russell Crowe playing the policeman Javert. That just doesn't work for me. I mean, he was let's see, was he not in? Didn't he do Phantom of the Opera, the film adaptation?
Oh, I don't know.
Let's see. I'll look into that. But I
don't think he did. I didn't think he was Phantom of. Have you ever read Phantom of the Opera book? That's a good story.
No.
The story is a really. I've never seen Phantom of the Opera movie or the music, obviously, because I don't like music. But I have read the book, and the book was awesome. Same Count of Monte Cristo, not the same ending as the movie, but the book is really good.
Yeah, the book, I love that. I did read that book. That was fantastic. I'm sorry, it was not Russell Crowe. Russell Crowe's in Les Miserables, which I'm not impressed with.
It was Ewan McGregor or someone like that, right?
It was
300 guy.
300. Right, it was Gerard Butler.
Yeah. Him, yeah.
But yeah, seeing Russell Crowe, the problem with the movie, and they had Anne Hathaway, and she's got an angelic voice, ironically.
Yes,
she's just beautiful.
Yeah.
that was a good cast, and I think the casting of Hugh Jackman was as good as you can get for getting somebody who's a crossover,
Okay.
right? Somebody who's a real, truly in Broadway plus TV. That was a good choice, but let's see here. But the rest of the cast was just pandering to audiences wanting to see famous people, and I thought, what a huge miss here. They should have just hired really good Broadway actors to fill in everything. Really good Broadway actors. With one exception, there's one other guy in there that the guy that was in Fantastic Beasts is also in there.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That dude.
Eddie Redmayne.
Yeah, and I think he's got a pretty nice voice too, which I wasn't aware of that. And Helena Bonham Carter, she was also cast in Sweeney Todd with Johnny Depp, and she did a notable job there too. So, but I don't know, anyone who wasn't pleased with the movie, see the 25th anniversary live show or the 10th anniversary live show. Both of them are going to be excellent. These are live performances in concert. It's like 25th anniversary in concert, 10th anniversary in concert, Les Miserables. Those are excellent. So
okay, like I say, I'll find the one I've got, the DVD. I know what it looks like. It's got the picture, the image of the kid. There's it's like not an actress, but like a drawn illustration of the girl. It's got that on the front of the DVD.
Oh, that's probably the 10th. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I think that's the 10th. I think you're talking about the 10th.
Okay.
It's Cosette. It's a picture of Cosette, the little girl.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Oh, the drawn picture. It's famous, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, now let's get back to your chat here before our chat walks away from us.
I know.
Piss off the lot of you. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna find out where we were, and then I'm gonna have you read some stuff because I've been hogging the thing.
No, wait. I really enjoy it, and I'm busy like typing, and I type real slow.
Okay. Let's see. Let me figure out where we were. Okay. Oh boy, we're way behind. I'm so bad. I get mad. When other people are behind too. And now here we are. I'm screwing this all up. Okay, we're beyond the piano teacher thing. We're beyond. Yeah, we're out of the ChatGPT, the destruction of the human race. We've got Eugene Burns. Eugene Burns has finally an explanation of William Shakespeare Spielberg's profile persona.
Avatar. Yeah.
And I say there's actually a even funnier story behind that, which we'll talk about for another time.
Why?
Well, maybe when more people are here, because I don't really want to tell the story a bunch of times. Yeah, but the one thing I'll say right now is that this William Shakespeare Spielberg was not invented.
Okay.
It was born.
Yep.
It just literally one moment, and bam, it just came, and I went. It was a result of the necessity of invention. That's probably a bad way. I just contradicted myself, but no, I was trying to solve a different problem, and I needed a new character to do something, and then it just happened. It literally just came out of the blue in my head, and I went, "Oh my God, I got it." But I wasn't trying to think of this thing. But anyway, that's a time for the story for another time. It does involve writing for Doomcock too, so that's why
cool.
They'd enjoy the story. Then Eugene says, "I understand, Carla. I went to watch." Oh, yeah, we said that. So he went to go watch Les Miserables with his daughter.
Now, that's what we're after.
Yeah, that's where we were. You say you can't hack. Know if you can hack it. Jill is flipping the bird to Paramount consistently, more timestamps, flicking more of them. Paramount is giving her shit still. She's like, "Screw you guys."
Yeah.
Write a good show for once. Give it a shot.
Yeah. You wrecked the thing I love. You think I'm gonna give up now?
Exactly. Eugene asks, Jill, do you prefer Hugh Jackman in Wolverine or in Les Miserables? That's a question. When I see a High School Musical, I am usually shocked by their talent. I hope that's good. Shocked in a good way, Eugene, or what? Jill says she never saw Les Miserables, so she cannot answer. Let's see. Eugene, I guess, is telling us we can skip the chat. No, you guys are part of part of our
exactly
part of our conversation. We're just being rude.
You're part of our stream.
Yeah. That's right. The Susan, it's the Susan. I'm looking at Susan's text has been up here for half an hour. The Carla Shake Spielberg show.
Exactly.
Eugene says, I've only read 10 or 15 fiction books in my life. One of them is Watership Down, as Jill will know. Wow. Yeah, I've not read that, but I know of that, and that's pretty hardcore.
That's sad too. I couldn't handle that movie. I think I'm still traumatized from that movie too.
Okay, now I'm gonna let you take off from here, Carla. You say yay go Jill, and then can you see Eugene's there where he asked about Beetlegeist?
Oh yeah. Will you watch Beetlejuice? Ah, that's Beetlejuice 2, I'm assuming.
I think so, yeah.
I got to see it today. Thought it was hilarious. I can't predict what will happen in movies, can you? No, not with that. But that Michael Keaton is pretty cool though, isn't he?
Yeah, I like
Michael. Pretty based. He must be pretty conservative, I reckon, even though he's.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, apparently he told the studios they're doing it his way, which was not the woke
nice
way. Yeah, I read that, just a brief piece about that he was fairly adamant that they don't make it woke.
Did you see him do the chilies? He did a YouTube thing about a hot ones where they eat hot food or something like that.
I've seen.
He was.
Go ahead.
He was just interviewing himself. He was interviewing him. Not himself. One was Beetlejuice and one was Michael Keaton.
Wow.
And he's just so deadpan. He's so deadpan.
Oh man! All right.
How can you do that without laughing?
I've got to see that. I saw the one. I saw
so good.
I saw the first half of the one where it's the new Wolverine Deadpool doing it, but it was the real actors, not the characters.
Yeah.
Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds, and they were funny. They were hilarious, and
they're best mates, though, right? So
it seems like it. Yeah, they're.
At
least by at least now they are. But I think before it all happened because of the show, because they were talking about.
No, I've seen photos. They used to have Christmas. I saw a photo of Ryan Reynolds, and Jake Gyllenhaal or whatever, however you say that guy's name.
I think it's right.
And the whatever guy, Hugh Jackman, and Jake is wearing a Christmassy shirt, and they're taking a photo and laughing at him because they told him it was dress up and it wasn't, or something like that. And that was years ago. So
nice, all right.
Mates for ages.
I just remember hearing this. There's a brief interview with Hugh Jackman where he's went to go see Deadpool, the first Deadpool, and he loved it, and he says, "Damn, Wolverine needs to be with Deadpool in a movie," and he just had announced his retirement 2 days before that.
Oh wow!
So yeah, I didn't know that they were friends before that. But that's okay.
Have you seen the movie?
That was just an interview. That was a brief interview clip I saw.
But have you seen the Deadpool Wolverine movie?
No, I haven't seen it yet.
Okay, yeah.
I will see it though. Yeah,
okay.
I think it looks good. So, let's see, and then let's see. Okay, now let's get back to our chat because we're almost caught up.
We're Doomcock, where he reads one thing and then it goes off.
Yeah, for half an hour. Well, yeah, it's okay as long as it's entertaining. I mean, we know we're screwed if we're down to nobody in the stream. We still have 4 people.
Hey, but we're laughing at our own jokes, so who cares?
Yeah, who cares? Yeah, I like. It's fun having the. I mean, it's great having the chat here. It's great being a part of a chat. It's great. It's great being on the panel when you're having fun, like right now. The whole thing is really great. Okay, so Beetlejuice. He got to see it live. I'm glad to hear that it was hilarious. I think Doomcock was saying it was. One of his spies told him it was not woke, and I'm looking forward to it. I love Michael Keaton.
I've never seen the first one.
Oh wow, yeah, we'll definitely see that. You have to see that one. I know you have to see that one first for sure. this is definitely some kind of a carry-on, sequel sometime in the future, whatever. But the first one is fantastic.
Mm,
I mean, it is absolute must-see classic. So definitely go see that one first.
that's right.
Jill says the end is in sight.
I'm so happy for you, Jill.
That's just got to be just torturous for her to deal with this. I mean, good God. What do they think? That she's going to make a bunch of money off of this?
I know. Well, yeah, they are. They hit. Apparently, they hit really hard because Teague's had the same trouble in the past.
Really?
And you have, and like people do stuff like you put a filter on it, and you do. I know Cyrus. I've heard Cyrus talk about what you can do to do stuff, but I don't know how they know, but they know.
Right, how they figured that they detect it. Yeah, that seems bizarre. How did they detect you've sang a song too close to the original, or taken too much of a clip of a movie or whatnot, and then they want to say, we're not giving you any. We're gonna withhold those 6 pennies that you were gonna get from those ads.
Yeah. Well, Appion, we were one time we were watching. We were just doing one of the Treehouse chats. And we were talking about all of these Saturday Night SNL skits, and he was just showing them, and we were just laughing and having a really great time. And you'd think that'd be really good advertising for SNL or something like that, and I think he was pausing it as well. But basically, he had to take the whole lot down because it's just, they just kept striking him. They kept striking him down. So yeah.
Strike me down.
Exactly.
Stronger than you can possibly imagine.
Yeah. Yeah. So he may have more viewers than them sometimes anyway these days.
It's just so cruel. We're just trying to make $1 here. Trying to feed my kids.
He's not monetized or anything, so it doesn't even matter. And they still have a go at you.
Well, he can do. Appion can do super chats. But that's not monetized. Yeah, he can do super chats now, but I don't know what the levels are. Maybe he's not monetized. Like, I don't know if he gets ad revenue. I know he's got super chats because I've given him one on the very first day he was open.
Okay. Oh wow. No, that's cool. I didn't know that. But anyway, I thought, wow, it's not even like he never does that sort of thing, and they still strike him down.
That's cruel.
It's miserable. It's just miserable.
Well, I keep trying to get Spidey to throw on various things because he keeps saying he's not going to be monetized. So I'm like, fine, let's do this. Let's break all the rules. Screw them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so let's see now. Where are we?
Just solving world problems.
Yeah, we are. Everybody tune in. Everybody share the stream out before. I've got 22% more battery on my phone, and
oh my gosh, you said I've got 29% battery on my phone.
That's it.
StreamYard sucks it up.
I'll get to Eugene's in a second because I don't think I did what he's asking. So we'll get to that in a minute.
Sorry.
Let's see where we are here. I listened to. Let's see. Oh boy. Okay, so Jill's end is near. So I'm gonna let you take some for a second, Jill. Okay, Jill. Do you see where Jill talks about having water shipped down?
Yeah, I still have water shipped down within reach, which I don't know what it means since I did that stream this year, Eugene Bird. What does that mean? She's gonna read it?
Maybe it's a book within reach. Maybe she's got it literally on her bookshelf. Maybe.
Okay. Oh well. Oh yeah. Okay, I gotcha. Sorry, Carla is slow of mind. And Eugene gives a heart and a clap. He's so happy for Jill.
Very nice.
Yay. Oh, and then I say something really profound.
Go, you read your thing.
Eugene, I listened to a lot of classic audiobooks till I met Terry Pratchett books. Then I couldn't move on. It's true. I was so bad. Once I was so enthralled by Terry Pratchett, how funny and clever he is, that every night I sleep with Terry Pratchett.
So what? So yeah, and you just asked what does he write? I've
sorry. He writes fantasy novels which are funny in nature.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah. So he wanted to subvert the classic tropes of fantasy and stuff like that, and he just made a wonderful world. Like he's written, I can't tell you how many books. It's been a lot of books, over 30 books, maybe.
Oh wow!
He
Yeah.
sold over 80 million books over time. It could be different now. And yeah. But anyway, he wrote he wrote a Weird Sisters series who are witches. He wrote the Ankh Morp Rincewind series, but he also wrote a City Watch series. So the city they live in is called Ankh Morpork. And Morpork is a kiwi bird, a kiwi owl that we always hear in Legend of the Seeker. But anyway, so they live in Ankh Morpork and the City Watch. And I just love the first book of the series is called Guards. And there's a guy on YouTube that has something like Story Time, and he's uploaded quite a few Terry Pratchett audiobooks. But I have them on Audible. But anyway, so and it's about a guy called Sam Bynes who's a like captain of the guard or whatever you call it. And the stories were so awesome. The character development arcs, it's so funny. It's awesome. I would start with Guards. And so every night I listen to either Guards or what's the next one? Men at Arms. I think it's called Men at Arms. I listen to that a lot every night.
What's the guards? Can you put that in the chat? Is it
sorry,
guards?
Guards. Sorry.
Okay, I see.
That's my
all right.
Kiwi accent.
That's
so.
all right. Yeah, I just want to clarify.
Actually, I wonder if I can put the link in. I might.
If you're
I had
wrench,
trouble putting the link in.
You can if you're. Yeah, you're a wrench. Of course you are.
Yeah, I know, but no, I tried doing it one time and it wasn't doing it. I can't remember why. But
that's okay.
I'll
well,
type
we got the author is Terry Pratchett then, right?
Yeah.
The author is Terry Pratchett and the book is Guards. Okay.
Yes.
It's fantasy.
I just love it so much.
Fantasy, right? Okay.
Comedy. It's fantasy
comedy. Okay.
And how many fantasy comedies do you know?
Yeah, right. Princess Bride.
Yes.
Book. Yeah. We never finished our show and tell with Antiderivative Jill.
What's that?
Remember the one we did the other time, a month ago with the 4K criterions? I didn't.
Yes, that's right.
Finish showing you I didn't finish showing you the. I don't think because
it didn't arrive. You said it hadn't come yet.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't. I had to go to what there was it one more. Yeah, it was one more story I had to go to the next morning.
Yes, that's right. And you were going to finish your show and tell.
Yeah.
But we'll do it on her channel. We'll do it on.
That's on her channel. Yeah, we'll finish that on her channel, and that one includes a comedy. What you're asking for, a comedy fantasy, one of the best comedy fantasies of all time.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm not going to reveal it here. No reveals, no spoilers.
Best comedy fantasy.
One of the best comedy fantasies of all time in film.
Okay.
Not gonna spoil it here. Anybody wants to see all that, go to Antiderivatives Jill channel. Find the shore leave. It's some Sunday night. And I don't know if my name is on it or not, but Max Redstone and myself were on there. Impromptu, and we ended up doing a show and tell of Criterion 4K disc, and again Carly was there, and that was a lot of fun that night.
It was really cool.
Yeah.
And I told you about how I said I'm traumatized by everything. It's like I'm going to stream with Padawannabe and Appion, and they're like, have you seen this? I'm like, no. No. If anything is remotely scary or horror, I will not watch it.
That's okay. Yeah. That. Yeah, if you don't like it, that's fine. But you like sci-fi though, yeah.
I love sci-fi.
Yeah,
fantasy,
of course, and fantasy. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is I mean, I think it seems like sci-fi fantasy is most of the stuff that we tend to all of us talk about. So
yeah.
Okay, so let's see. So we got what? So Eugene says you put on an entertaining show. Jill is now so popular. And he's talking about you, not me, for sure. He's talking about Carla.
Maybe he's talking to Jill.
Yeah, maybe he's talking to Jill. Jill is now so popular, it is virtually impossible for her to read the chat. It goes too fast, like Doomcocks. Yeah.
That's great. And Jill says, I wish I could read everything, but then that would be the show. So usually I leave that for shore leave. I get to more of the chats then. That's understandable.
Yeah.
Not quite so fast as DC's, thankfully.
And Eugene says, strange that Paramount has fallen so far indeed. Yeah, I think they're going to be. I actually own a little bit of their stock just because I think that somebody's going to buy it as a for the intellectual property of. You go on. I've got Paramount Plus, which I bought last October, middle of October, be about a good week or two before Black Friday. Walmart had a special in the United States to buy the Walmart Plus annual plan for $50. This competes with Amazon's Amazon.
Oh, what?
Yeah, so it was $50. Normally it's $100, and it includes free shipping on anything, no minimum price for the whole year, and it includes Paramount Plus, but not Showtime, but Paramount Plus included with it. So that and you need to pay the tax. By the time you're done, it was just under $5 a month, and I thought,
whoa,
yeah, and I thought, oh, okay, we'll do this because once in a while I'll buy a Blu-ray, a 4K film or blue steelbook and whatnot, and then I don't have to worry about buying 2 or 3 of them just for the to keep shipping up.
Free postage.
Yeah, it's free postage.
$35.
If you don't have this, the minimum is like $35 of an order, right? But this you can just buy one thing, and also you get extended returns. A member of this, you have 90-day returns on everything. I think it's pretty much everything. So the thing is that's coming around again this coming October, about 5 weeks from now. I'm going to be keeping an eye out to see if they renew that offer. And the thing is, it comes with the Paramount Plus, and it's a great deal. The Paramount Plus has a lot of stuff on it for being that it comes with this. You get the Walmart Plus and the Paramount Plus for the one price of $50. And I was surprised to see how much stuff Paramount has. They've got all the Transformers stuff. They've got all the Star Trek stuff is up there now. Like everything Star Trek, even the movies are all up there now. Originally they weren't, but they've all been come up in the last few months. They've put up all the new remasters of the movies now, and they've got all the Mission Impossible up there. The
SpongeBob, Eugene Birds is SpongeBob.
I don't know if they got the SpongeBob. Oh, they don't have that up there. I'm gonna die. I've never watched it. So there's a lot of stuff that Paramount has, and I get the feeling that they keep going through negotiations with this company or that company as a buyout candidate. Somebody's going to end up buying it. Nobody's going to let Star Trek die. It's not going to die on the vine. Somebody's going to come pick this up for some money. And then speaking of which, I was just going to say somebody's going to buy that for $1. But then Eugene says, he asked, did I do a Michael Myers Dr. Evil impression, make $1 here? No, I didn't. I was just saying that. I might have to work on that. And $1 million. Yeah, no, I wasn't trying to make a Michael Myers impression, but impressions are fun. I'm afraid to try to do them without listening to myself to see if I sound anything like it, because if I don't sound anything like it, I feel like I'm a fool. The only thing I've done.
Be a harsh critic of yourself, though. You should just be like me and throw everything to the wind.
Throw caution to the wind.
Yeah, I'm pretty bad that way. I just don't listen to myself, and then I don't mind.
There you go. Right. Yeah,
it's a secret to my success. I know. Never listen, never learn.
Anyway. Jill says, I have a watermark, but it wasn't good enough. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know it is curious how I've always thought of all the videos that are going up all the time on YouTube, how do they detect all the songs that they want to claim are copyright
AI
infringing?
Right.
Well, sure, today it could be, but they've been doing this for years.
True.
Well before the AI detectors were capable of doing that kind of thing. So,
And it's so fast now, though, right? People get struck really quickly.
Yeah, that's what's odd. So that does seem to be, that's got to be there. Certainly, I mean, it's Google, so Google owns the YouTube. YouTube is just a division of Alphabet, so certainly they're using. They're one of the biggest LLM, biggest large language models makers in the planet, and in the planet too, for that matter. So yeah, not surprising that they're using AI today to catch people really right away. I've heard Tony talking about it where he'll still be on a stream and he'll play something and he'll get a notification. Stream's still on. He'll get a notification.
Yeah.
Like, oh, that sucks.
Yeah. So I just want to reiterate, in case my alarm goes off and I lose everybody, that Eugene Bird was talking about us two. Our conversation is entertaining enough. There you go. Enough. Oh.
Oh, look at that. Okay,
That's
I
so
see that.
sweet.
Oh, that's very
Thank
nice,
you.
Eugene. Yeah.
So now I can go in peace.
Right. Yes, I can die in peace now. I'll take
That's so sweet.
I'll take these needles out of my eyes now. Torturing. Self-mutilation is complete.
And he doesn't watch horror either. Yeah, I just am not that type of person. I've never been. I've been in movies with my husband, and I've had to cover my eyes and block my ears, and he has to nudge me when it's over.
Wow. Sure. Yeah.
Scared.
Oh man. So I'm taking it you haven't seen Event Horizon.
No, I have not.
Do you know about that film?
I only know that Sam Neill makes a scream that the critical drinker uses.
Okay.
That is the sum total of my knowledge.
Yeah. That's a really good film, but it is pretty evil. It's scary and evil. Yeah.
No, I've never seen Alien. I've never seen anything.
Okay. Well,
I just don't lose the images in my head. I can't unsee stuff, so I choose not to see it.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair enough. That's yeah, go see a musical.
Yeah.
Go watch Les Miserables. Go watch
stuff.
Yeah, you can. That's okay. Well, see, it's good. It's a soundtrack of your mind. It'll just keep going on. If you have a really good mental memory of music and you want, go see or listen to the soundtrack of Something Rotten. That's the one about Shakespeare. Did I lose you? Oh no. Well, folks, I think we just lost Carla. It sounded like she was having some kind of a strange problem, and I cannot get her back. I do not have I do not have control of the console or anything else. She warned us, right? Yeah, she warned us. Oh, here she goes. I told you I'm gone. Sorry. Yeah, that's okay. Well, that was a lot of fun, Carla. I really appreciate you coming on and doing an extension with me of the show. This has been a lot of fun. And Eugene and Antiderivative Jill, thanks for hanging in there with us. I think that's about all of us in here anyway. Now, there's somebody else lurking in here too, it seems like. Yeah, definitely somebody else lurking. Carla says, I'm glad we had an awesome conversation. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. Fortunately, we managed to keep the topic somewhat focused on 2 or 3 completely different things. Let's see, Jill, she's at 8 timestamp copyright claims fixed, 2 to go. Look at that. We kept Jill company tonight while she's doing her work. That's pretty cool. William and Carla, you two were fast and fantastic. Oh, wonderful. Well, thank you, Jill. That's really kind of you to say. Carla said, maybe we can keep the conversation going next time on Jill's. Yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely. We'll to be continued, right? And I'm going to take a quick back look here and see if we missed anything from Eugene. The last thing was we're talking about Paramount. My failed attempt to do Mike Myers' Dr. Evil. I'll work on that, Eugene. Jill's watermarks, guards. And we had the horror, and then we're moving on to SpongeBob. No SpongeBob here tonight. Jill likes bad impressions. They're still fun. Okay, fair enough. All right. I'll work on some anyway without even checking. But Tony says I got to listen to my voice and then try to hear how I come out versus how I hear the actual voice. And I'd kind of like to do that, but you got to start somewhere, right, Jill? We'll start with some of that. Jill did a stream about Event Horizon and made the highly inadvisable mistake of making screenshots for that one, which should not have done that. Maybe because of their graphic. Hopefully she didn't get struck copyright strikes on that. And then yeah, Carla's gone. And here we go. Yeah. So let's see. Maybe we can keep the conversation going. Thanks, Thanks, Jill and Eugene. Had the best time. I'm too honest. No, Carl, you're awesome. It's really fun streaming with you. I wouldn't be comfortable up here if it weren't for people like you and Rod and Canadian Spider-Man. Eugene says, so happy to hang out with high quality people like you, big brains and generosity. Well, he's being too generous with his comments. So, but appreciate that, Eugene. You're awesome. We love having you here always. Jill, absolutely. That would be great. Have some great sometime. Carla Burton. Yes. And Carla says, thanks, Eugene. We really appreciate your input. Well, you guys are all reading this stuff. I'm sitting here reading it to you like I'm reading you all a bedtime story. So let's see. I got a big mouth, but I got to be good at something like this. Carla, you're awesome. Let's see. Jill, where's she at? No copyright strikes for Event Horizon. Okay, my channel wasn't damaged, just my soul. Yeah. And Jill, I don't know if you're aware, there's some behind the scenes. There's film that exists that's really poor quality, but behind the scenes stuff that didn't make it into the film, or not behind the scenes, clips that hit the floor that didn't go in, and the stuff that they cut out of the film was even more graphic than what made it in the film. So watch that when you're feeling very very tough some night. You really need something to kind of get through your surface. Watch that thing. And I know I've seen it on YouTube. That stuff is on YouTube, so it's there, just waiting for you. And sounds like Eugene is not aware of that stuff. No thanks. Yeah, well, Eugene, if you like the film Event Horizon, yeah, check it out on the YouTube. And if you can't find it, let me know. I will go dig it out and link it for you guys. Let's see, but people watching the stream won't be able to read the chats, so it's good to read. Oh, that's right. Oh my gosh. Oh, I forgot. This thing is broadcasting. We're still live. This is awful. I can't sit here and do this alone. You guys are kidding. Don't make me stay up here. This is ridiculous. This is torture, Yeah, we're still live. We're still live. We've been live this whole time. Jill, you guys are in the chat. Rod left. Now I'm getting afraid. See, this is awful. Now I'm going to start becoming self-conscious. All right, you guys, I'm going to call this. All right, I'm going to get going. It's late already here, so yeah, we didn't turn it off. And okay, so when I leave, the stream will end after a few minutes or so. All right. So yeah, good point. At least, well, reading the chat has helped entertain the people who want to indulge themselves and listen to this crazy stream into the middle of the night. Yeah, thanks, Carla. Thanks, guys. Yeah, I'm gonna head out, and hope you all have a good Sunday, and we will see you all next week somewhere around town. How about that? Sound good? Yeah, okay, good. Excellent. All right, everyone. We will talk to you later, and thanks for tuning in.